glory to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this country and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our church. Amen.
Communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I convey to you warm welcome as we return to this chamber to commence the first ordinary session of the National Assembly in the 2023 legislative year, since the adjournment of our previous ordinary session of the Assembly in December 2022. Happy belated and prosperous New Year to you all. As we begin the first ordinary session of 2023, I express my profound gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Almighty, for our lives and making it possible for us to interact once again in the service of our dear country and people. I pray that Allah continues to guide us through this session and beyond. Honorable members, may I recognize the tremendous efforts and commitment of all of you in your respective oversight and scrutiny functions through your various committees. I similarly extend same to the Clerk of the National Assembly Service, the Clerk and members of the National Assembly Service for the support and guidance throughout the process. This has once again demonstrated our commitment and dedication to national duty. And I will urge all of us to keep up the momentum or even do better. Honorable members, by way of an update to this August Assembly, the Appropriation Bill 2023, which was passed during the fourth ordinary session of the National Assembly in the 2022 legislative year, Act number 1 of 23, has been assented to by the President of the Republic of the Gambia on the 22nd of December 2022. Honorable members, as published in the order paper for today, the Honorable Minority Leader and member for Brikama North will table a bill for its first reading, while Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs will also table motions for the consideration and ratification by this August Assembly. Honorable members, the approved agenda for this ordinary session has been circulated to all stakeholders concerned. However, it has come to the attention of the Assembly Business Committee, in which it was noted with grave concern that some honorable ministers do fail to appear before this August Assembly on their scheduled business dates during previous sessions. This is not acceptable to the committee, and this has to cease. Therefore, all honorable members who are scheduled on business before this Assembly are urged and required to attend in person to their business pursuant to Section 74 of the 1997 Constitution. This is the requirement of the law as well as the dictate of parliamentary democracy. In this circumstance, the Assembly Business Committee strongly reiterates its zero stance on any honorable minister who fails to attend to his or her business as scheduled, and non-attendance is tantamount to contempt of the Assembly in accordance with Section 75 or Section 110 of the Constitution. Similarly, honorable members, I wish to communicate and clarify for the benefit of all honorable members of this Assembly regarding the ongoing critical ammeter of attendance by honorable members to sittings and the request for permission not to attend a sitting. Honorable members, this is concerning to my office and to the integrity of this August Assembly that we all ought to protect. Thus, I wish to clarify the request for permission to absent oneself from a sitting of the Assembly will only be granted by my office with at least a day prior notice. For emergency cases, you may, on exceptional circumstances, inform the table office on the very day requesting for permission. However, the table office responsibility is only to take note of the request and engage my office for approval. Thus, a call or message to the table office does not mean an automatic approval of the request. Rather, the table office must get back to you conveying my office approval or otherwise. Finally, honorable members, I will urge honorable members to once again take note of the relevant provisions of the Constitution and the standing orders of the National Assembly during this ordinary session. I thank you all. Clerk, can we continue?
Correction and approval of record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 22nd December 2022.
Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 22nd December 2022 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move that the said record of votes and proceedings be considered and approved? Honorable member for Nyaniga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and then good morning to everyone. I rise to move that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 22nd December 2022 be considered and adopted. Thank you.
Honorable members, any seconder? Sami. Honorable member for Sami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 22nd December 2022 be approved. Honorable members, any correction, observation from honorable members will now take place. As previously done, we will look through the record of votes and proceedings page by page, beginning with page 1. If there are any observations, comments, you can raise. No comments, observations? Then we move to page 2. Honorable members, we now move to page 3.
Yes. Talininkunya.
Pardon?
Talininkunya. Page 3.
Yes, page 3.
Sign die. The E is missing.
Where on page 3?
On the second 2 motion, be it resolved that this August assembly do stand adjourned. Sign die. And
S-I-N-E.
yes, and it appears in other places too.
It appeared in?
Other places too.
Okay, okay. Wherever it appears.
It appears, yes.
Honorable members, on page 3, on the motion number 2, the second paragraph, be resolved that this August assembly do stand adjourned, sign die. S-I-N-E, sign die. And wherever it appears, honorable members, you can do the same correction. The paragraph below also will have the same. Thank you very much, honorable member. Which honorable member was speaking, in fact?
Talindi.
Talindi. Thank you very much, honorable member for Talindi. Any more on page 3? Honorable members, we now move to page 4. Honorable members, we now move to page 5. And finally, honorable members.
Honorable Speaker, member for BANJUL North, page
Yes,
5.
Banjul North.
Number 38, the member, Honorable
On
Suleiman.
page, we are on
Page 5, page 5.
Page 5 number.
Number 38.
Yes.
It should be Bundumka and not Bundinka Kunda.
Okay. On page 5, number 38, Honorable Suleiman Jame, Bundinka is Bundunka, D-U-N-G, not I. Noted. Thank you, honorable member. And then the last page, honorable members, on page 6. Honorable members, page 6, if you look at number 8 on top, 7, 8. Honorable Siaka Sonko, Minister for Interior. It's not Seika. Siaka. S-I-A-K-A. Sonko. Honorable members, let me thank you all. Yes? Member for Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm sorry to take you back to page 3. Page 3. Number 1, correction and approval of record of votes. After that first paragraph, the below sentence, the record of vote and proceedings was approved without amendments. The vote there did not carry S. You've seen it? Okay, thank you.
After number 1, correction and approval of records, you have the first paragraph, Ms. Honorable Omar Diop. The second paragraph, before number 2 motion, the records of votes and proceedings. The votes should take the S. Honorable Member for Sani Mentere.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'll take you a little bit back to page 4 on the second to last paragraph where you have the suspension and resumption of the Assembly, Order 13. It reads, at 11 minutes after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Honorable Speaker suspended the Assembly for prayer time and lunch break. I am not comfortable with the time in it, because I think the time has already been indicated and it could be a repetition of prayer time and lunch. I suggest it should be prayer and lunch break. Thank you.
Honorable Member, you're talking about the prayer time, that time. Yeah, you want it the assembly for prayers and lunch break. Yeah, I think that's noted now. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, it looks like we are going up and down. Yes, Honorable Member for Combo South.
Speaker, on page 3, correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of 24th November. I don't know where is that coming from. 2022. 24th November.
On sitting of Thursday, 24th.
Yeah.
You said it should be?
22nd.
22nd, not 24th.
Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Combo South. Huh? 24th.
Honorable Speaker, it should be 21st December 2022.
In fact, that's what the table office is informing me. Honorable members, it should be on Wednesday, 21st December. December. 21st December. Wednesday, 21st December 2022. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Combo South. That's very important. Thank you very much, Honorable Members. It looks like there have been serious improvements on the record of votes and recording. Honorable Members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 22nd December 2022 be approved with corrections. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, can we proceed?
Bill, Order 65, first reading of the Local Government Amendment Bill 2022. By the Honorable Alhagie S. Darbo, Member for Brikama.
Honorable members, in accordance with Order 65, only the first reading of the Local Government Amendment Bill 2022 will be done today. Therefore, I will now invite the Honorable Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North, the person in charge of the bill, to hand over a copy of the bill to the Clerk of the National Assembly, who will read aloud the short title, whereupon the bill shall be deemed to have been read a first time. Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader, please.
Local Government Amendment Bill 2022.
Thank you, Honorable Minority Leader and the Clerk. Honorable members, there is the bill has been read a first time. This next stage of the Local Government Amendment Bill 2022 is appointed for Thursday, 9th March 2023, for the person in charge of the bill to move a motion for the second reading in accordance with Order 66-2, which reads, at the conclusion of the proceedings of the first reading, or on any subsequent stage of a bill, the next stage may be taken either forthwith or upon a day to be named, providing that second reading shall be taken no sooner than 1 working day after the first reading. Honorable members, before we move to the next agenda item, there is a proposal that the two motions to be tabled by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs are similar. The first two, yes. One is a loan component. The other is an investment grant of the same thing. They're thinking about merging them so that the minister can present them together, and then we debate the two of them together. Or do we continue as per the other paper to deal with each of them? Honorable members, yes, Honorable Minority.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I propose we do the presentation of, as we have rightly alluded to, since the two motions, 1 and 2, are almost the same. It will be easier, both are presented, and then the debate can be surrounding both. Then we can proceed with the other one after that debate.
Can anybody second that? Member for Nyamina Dankunku.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I seconded his idea.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I think there is a consensus on that. So we can proceed. Clerk.
Thank you. Motion, be it resolved that this August Assembly do consider and ratify the financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of the Gambia and the European Investment Bank on the Electricity Restoration and Modernization Project, also called Gambia Renewable Energy Project, finance contract loan for the component 4 of the Renewable Energy project amounting to 8 million euros by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. 2. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do consider and ratify the financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of the Gambia and the Sustainable Energy Services Company, SESCO, and the European Investment Bank on the Gambia Electricity Restoration and Modernization Project, also called the Gambia Renewable Energy Project, the investment grant for Component 4 of the Gambia Renewable Energy Project, amounting to 24 million euros by the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs.
Honorable members, the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy is stepping in for the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. Honorable Minister, please. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker, members of the National Assembly. The National Assembly is invited to ratify the financing agreement for the Component 4 of the Gambia Electricity Restoration and Modernization Project between the European Investment Bank and the Republic of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, I rise to invite this August Assembly to ratify the following agreement for Component 4 of the Gambia Electricity Restoration and Modernization Project between the European Investment Bank and the Republic of the Gambia. The overarching objective of Component 4 of the GERMP is the solarization of 1,000 schools and 100 health facilities across the country. Honorable Speaker, the Government of the Gambia launched the National Development Plan, NDP, 2018 to 2022 in 2018, with the aim to deliver good governance and accountability, social cohesion, and national reconciliation, and a revitalized and transformed economy for the well-being of the Gambians. One of the 8 strategic priorities of the NDP is building our infrastructure and restoring energy services to power our economy. The Gambia is experiencing electricity situations in certain parts of the country, from the inability of the sector to meet growing demand. Nevertheless, the government strives to attain universal access to electricity for all Gambians by 2025, 5 years before the timeline set for ECOWAS. This objective will be attained via sustained investments to improve our transmission and distribution network, governance of the electricity sector, and investment in renewable energy. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the aforementioned strategic priority of the NDP, the European Investment Bank, in collaboration with the International Development Association, commits to providing support to the government of the Gambia through GERMP, primarily aimed at restoration and modernization of our electricity sector. Financing for Component 4 of the GERMP is a tripartite funding package involving a loan of 8 million euro coupled with a grant of 24 million euro and a technical assistance of 3 million euro. This makes the facility highly concessional with a grant element result of more than 80% according to the International Monetary Fund guidelines. Honorable Speaker, the goal of the GERMP is to improve the electricity service of the Gambia. Component 4 of the GERMP consists of on-grid and off-grid photovoltaic battery system installations, operations and maintenance of up to 1,100 schools and facilities, especially in remote areas of the country. This component includes a significant amount of technical assistance to prepare the ground for the implementation, create its promoters, and support its implementation. For Component 4, the agreement stipulates that a special purpose vehicle be created for its implementation, which led to the establishment of the Sustainable Energy Service Company Limited, or SESCO. SESCO is a publicly held company with shareholding ratio of 90-10 between the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs and the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy, respectively. The core beneficiaries are the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, the Ministry of Health, with 1,000 schools and 100 hospitals and health facilities across the country to be solarized by SESCO. Component 4 of the GERMP finances two main expenditures. The capital expenditure, this entails acquisition and installation of the off-grid PV systems along with battery backup systems, remote monitoring equipment for the operation of the PV photovoltaic systems, and operation and maintenance structures to enable off-grid facilities to utilize the electricity produced by the system for their own use. Operations and maintenance expenditure. This includes costs of operating, including the borrower's or public authority staff cost, and maintaining the PV system. This involves routine inspections, cleaning, day-to-day management of the facilities, as well as non-routine maintenance and periodic replacement of major components. The above-mentioned expenditures are to be financed mainly from the grant funds. The loan part of the financing package will be on lend to the beneficiary SESCO for the latter to execute the project activities in collaboration with the technical assistant. A detailed description of the said activities is contained in page 32 of the grant agreement. Honorable Speaker, the Electricity Restoration and Modernization Project went through a series of consultation and stakeholder consultation. The consultations include stakeholders from the Office of the President, Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambians Abroad, Ministry of Petroleum and Energy, National Water and Electricity Company, Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, and the Ministry of Health. Component 4 of the GERMP comprised a tripartite financing agreement totaling 35 million euro, of which 8 million is a loan, complemented by a grant of 24 million euro and a technical assistance component of 3 million euro. The loan under the component 4 has the following terms. There's a tenure of 25 years, a grace period of 5 years, and an interest rate of 1.25%. The above terms has a grant element of 37.97%, which is above the threshold of 35% for any new borrowing as per the IMF guidelines. Combining the loan and the grant, the overall financing package has a total grant element of 84.49%, which is highly concessional. The government of the Gambia does not have any monetary counterpart contribution on the JAM, on the component 4 of the JAM. Honorable Speaker, the European Investment Bank envisaged the ratification of this financing agreement. The National Assembly is hereby informed of the signing of the aforementioned financing agreement and is highly requested to support its implementation by providing overall oversight. The effective implementation of this project will contribute significantly to the attainment of the NDP objectives, especially the strategic objective of building our infrastructure and restoring energy services to power our economy, as we strive to attain universal access to electricity for all Gambians 2025. Honorable Speaker, in light of the foregoing, I respectfully submit to this Honorable House the above-mentioned financing agreement for consideration and ratification. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you can proceed with the second one. We're going to deal with them simultaneously.
Thank you, Honorable Speakers and members of the Assembly. The National Assembly is invited to ratify the loan agreement between the Republic of the Gambia and the Islamic Development Bank in its own capacity and as the administrator of the Islamic Solidarity Fund for the development for the soil fertility mapping project in the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, I rise to invite this August Assembly to ratify
Honorable Minister, is the financing agreement between the government of the Republic of the Gambia, the Sustainable Energy Services Company, and the European Investment Bank on the Gambia Electricity Restoration and Modernization Project called the Gambia Renewable Energy Project with an investment grant of 24 million euros.
Mr. Speaker, I thought
you dealt with them simultaneously.
It's already incorporated as part of my first reading.
Okay.
Yes.
Then that's fine.
Yeah.
Then that's what he's done is he's dealt with the two of them in one presentation. Yeah. Yes. Honorable members, let's have he's dealt with the two motions together. We now who is going to second the motion? Honorable member for Brikama South.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion, and I also want to seize this opportunity to take part in the debate. Honorable Speaker, the document before us is dealing with a loan and a grant component, trying to address electricity restoration and modernization project and the issue of the renewable energy. I think this is a very important component of our day-to-day life, especially the issue of electricity, which, definitely speaking, it has been a problem in the country. And most of us are still looking in for electricity in our respective areas. Even whereas we have electricity in our area is erratic in nature. So the issue of renewable energy is very much important. I believe this will be sustainable. But one thing I want to emphasize, Honorable Minister, asking the Minister, because if you look at the two projects, both the loan and the grant component constitute over 32 million euros. And this is contracted by the government on behalf of NAWEC. I'm a little bit more worried whether who is going to be responding in paying this, because this is going to be contracted by the government on behalf of the Gambian population for the NAWEC. When you come to the loan component of repayment, is it the central government that is going to pay or NAWEC? I want that to be clarified. And secondly, even if it is like that, you look at it, because we cannot contract loan on behalf of NAWEC and it continue to be a liability on us. These are very, very important issues that we have to consider. And when you look at even access to this electricity, in our context is very, very expensive. Even accessing meter alone costs you a lot of money. A tune of over, people suffer seriously to get these meters, and yet the meter is not yours. It belongs to the NAWEC. Any time you default, they can be retrieved. So these are issues. And you look at it, how do we look at the kilowatts we buy from NAWEC? These are very expensive. So that is why I want to show NAWEC already signed a performance contract with the government, which is something that is extremely important. We have to look at that also will look at the financial dealing of the NAWEC and that of the governance structure of the NAWEC. So like if we are saying we are taking this loan on behalf of NAWEC and it's going to be paid by the government, I don't think that is going to be fair here. So we have to look at it. People pay a lot of money to have these electricity facilities in our respective houses, and yet they are very expensive. Accessing these things becomes a problem, and they are erratic in nature. And this is something that we have to look at it. And I know we've been working, the government has been working in addressing a lot of problems, especially the debt that NAWEC incur. So we have to look at this. And remember, these loans are going to be paid by individual taxpayers. So we have to look at it that very critically. So I believe if we can have electricity, that might not be erratic and it's going to be supplied 24 hours round the clock, that is going to be easy. I know the hydrocarbon is a bit expensive. The renewable aspect is something that I really appreciate, and people are working towards dimension. But these are the issues that I need some clarification to convince us better that since we don't access electricity for free, we pay a lot of money in order to access the electricity service. So the minister should be in the position to tell us who is going to pay this loan. Is it not going to affect the citizenry? So if that is very clear, I think I want to believe that and urge my members, if that is the case, we can accept this loan agreement, since it has a grant component that is good, and also the concessionality of the loan too. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Brikama South. Honorable members, I now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the financing agreement between the government of the Republic of the Gambia and the European Investment Bank on the Electricity Restoration and Modernization Project, also called Gambia Renewable Energy Project, finance contract for component 4 of the Renewable Energy Project amounting to 8 million euros, and the financing agreement between the government of the Republic of the Gambia, the Sustainable Energy Services Company, SESCO, and the European Investment Bank on the Gambia Electricity Restoration and Modernization Project, also called Gambia Renewable Energy Project, the investment grant for component 4 of the Gambia Renewable Energy Project, amounting to 24 million euros. Honorable members who may now want to take part in the debate may do so. I have just got a list. If you want to your name will be written down to participate. We now begin with the Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I thank the Minister of Finance, who is deputized by the Minister of Petroleum in these two important grants and a loan in a total of 34 million, if that is correct, 32 million, in which 8 million is a loan and 24 million is a loan, and I think, 8 million is a loan and 24 million is a grant. Honorable Speaker, electricity is as important as water. As we all know, the restoration of key issues in the Gambia today, most of our daily activities are all done in electricity restoration. As for the component of the project that the Honorable Minister has alluded, he initiated that most priorities will be of basic and secondary education. That is about 1,000 schools. And again, also 100 hospitals for the Minister of Health. We all know there is a lot of deficit, cry in the health sector, where sometimes a lot of lives are lost, either in delivery or in surgery. And I don't know how capacitized will be those projects take place, whether they'll be able to at least take the full control of some of those services. In explanation here, I also did a lot of key indications of the technical support that will also be in this particular project. And I also want to know the Minister, let him vividly explain to us what mechanism or what streamlined measures will be used in terms of beneficiaries. I know we have a lot of schools in the Gambia, and what mapping, what strategy would they use to indicate which school get what? I want him to help us in that regard. And I also want him to explain vividly in terms of hospitals, beneficiaries, which of those hospitals will benefit in that component. And again, also, Honorable Speaker, we know he has also explained the interest, that is 1.5 as the rate, where it will be a period of 25 years, the payment duration. I want the Honorable Minister also to explain to us the mode of payment, how much as per installment payment for this period of 25 years. I want clarity in that. And the other key component is, I've also seen, is SESCO will be the key contractor. How about NAWEC? What role would NAWEC play there? As we all know, NAWEC is the, I can even say, the mother of all electricity components in the Gambia. What role would NAWEC have in this project? If there's nothing, I think, I'm afraid, in terms of key development partners for electricity, when feasibility analysis is done, and NAWEC as a key contributing factor in terms of electricity, if they are not involved and they don't have any role to play in this project, I'm afraid, how would we reflect the life and the livelihood of Gambians so far this initiative is concerned? I know it's been mapped mostly by schools or healthcare systems. I also want to know if the Honorable Minister could also avail, possibly, whether communities are not part of this initiative. Because schools are mentioned, hospitals. Do we have in this project where the communities will also benefit? By looking at the urban area, electricity source in terms of solar or renewable energy is key. So if the project is only concentrating in the basic or healthcare system. I want clarity in that. Honorable Speaker, we believe electricity is key. And in the restoration or the modernization, it should not only be names. We all know, grants, loans are given. But how readily are these projects? And are we sure there'll be proper monitoring and possibility of technical support, as he has alluded, whether there will be also other landing points where it will also be sent back to the Gambians populate. We do have technical experts. If faults or problems occurs, we invite experts to do a lot of work in this. What is there for the average Gambians? And employment per se in this project. Do we have any key quota that the youths in this energy sector, if you look at the government's initiative of this GIZ, solar and other issues, satellite installation, a lot of things, whether they will also include them in this particular project. Therefore, I want those clarity in terms of this loans and grants for the energy restoration and modernization project. I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Fofoni Kansala. I now invite the Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabegi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And thank you very much, the Honorable Minister, for your presentation. I want to be very brief. We cannot object anything that is going to increase electricity supply in this country. You cannot object to anything that is going to increase the quality of electricity in this country. But my first intervention will be, there are three parties to this agreement. Investment, the Republic of the Gambia, the Sustainable Energy Service Company, which is SESCO, and the European Investment Bank. Now, my question to the Honorable Minister will be, this company will be the company to implement this project. In my submission, this is supposed to be a national bidding process, a national procurement process. So I don't know how the Republic of the Gambia and the European Investment Bank came to employ the service of this particular company. Because I'm sure this is not the only company that can do this work in the Gambia or outside the Gambia. So can the Honorable Minister tell us how was this Sustainable Energy Service Company contracted to do this job? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji. I now invite the Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I also want to join colleagues to definitely welcome this idea of the country venturing into the electricity expansion by going in for renewable energies. This is good. Some of the honorable members, I can say the two previous speakers, all have tried to speak about the local content. This is my major concern. Local content is very, very important as far as such projects are concerned. Employment is a key factor in our country today, as the private sectors are crying for the employment, and the government has an agenda of employing 1,500 people. And how do we make sure that this employment agenda that we have has a portion in this project? is very, very important. An honorable member has talked about for this to be a national bidding, if we have local contractors who can go in for this and the bidding process be very transparent and their employment process will also include more of citizens of this country is quite important. I could remember a while ago, there were some Gambians who worked with NAWEC and they've traveled to some African countries to study the installation process of the renewable project. We want to know if these youth that have gone for this training have been well equipped and they have the requisite knowledge, they have the capacity to implement such projects. It will be very important for our country. And what concerns me much is the local content when it comes to the implementation of the government projects. It seems to me that they have been compromised so much. And the government should work on encouraging that the local content of all the projects of the grants and loans that we are taking is being maximized, and the citizens of this country definitely benefits from this. And the other one is sustainability. The payment plan would take us to probably more than a decade. The children who are not born today might witness the payment of these loans. And if you look at some of the remote areas in this country, this is not adjournment debate, but some constituencies are very less privileged when it comes to this. So we want to know, let us be given the 1,000 schools that you have. We want to have the list of these 1,000 schools so that in our assessment, in our oversight function, we can target these schools and see the implementation process and whether the implementation has been participatory and inclusive, because if it is not participatory and inclusive, they would not take good care of it. The schools where you are going to install these projects and the hospitals, it has to be participatory. They need to understand the project so that they can take the project as their own. For it to be sustainable, it has to be participatory and inclusive. And some of our constituencies are very less privileged. Very, very less privileged. Some time ago, I traveled down my constituency and found that the hospital, the major health center in my constituency is not having an electricity, neither solar. And therefore, this is a government project that is meant to improve the health condition in various health centers where you are targeting and to improve the teaching and learning in various schools where you are targeting. So it's important that you identify those things and you go to the places where it is most needed for it not to be politicized. Now we want to do away with that. For loans to come into this parliament and they are ratified, we all participate for the implementation to go out there for the benefit of the Gambian people. And this has been politicized. We cannot handle that. We cannot handle that. If these projects are going to be implemented, let implementation be participatory and citizens know that this is their monies, these are loans that was taken on their behalf and they're going to pay it, but not in a form of politics in the disbursement or in giving of these projects. Honorable Speaker, one question that I want to ask, when I was going through the other paper, the agreement, one of the agreements, which says the point 11.8, entry into force. It says this contract will enter into force upon the bank confirming receipt of the instrument of ratification duly signed by the President of the Republic of the Gambia and sealed with the public seal of the Republic of the Gambia, confirming that the Parliament of the Republic of the Gambia has ratified this contract, which must occur no later than on the 29th of December 2022. And we are in 2023, traced on the 6th of March 2023. I want this to be explained because this is telling you this contract will come into force not later than, must occur not later than, which on my understanding it should receive the ratification of this agreement not later than on the 29th of March, December 2022, and we are in March 2023. This is the little that I want to contribute to this debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I'll be very, very brief. As my honorable colleagues have said, and then as we heard from the Honorable Minister for Energy representing the Minister for Finance, well, I don't want to take long, but just a few issues that I want clarifications on. I understand the loan component is 8 million euros, and then the duration for the loan is 25 years, 1.02% interest, 5 years grace period. And also the grant component is 24 million euros. That is the component for, as you said. Then this is going to electrify schools in a renewable energy form. 1,000 schools and 100 health facilities. And the interesting part of it is the Honorable Minister said there is no counterpart funding. So that's something that is very good. But I just want to know, as probably the implementing agency for government, that is NAWEC, what is going to be their role in this? Because we don't want to be ratifying here, as my other honorable colleagues have said, we don't want to be ratifying here a loan or a grant in the name of the Gambian people at the end of the day. And it's going to be in a renewable energy form, being supplied to schools and facilities. And then I don't know whether it is going to be like through the routine electricity purchase in this country, like you have your gas power meters in schools or whatever. So I'm just thinking about that. How is this going to be done? And then the other aspect is probably, if there is time, you can still explain to this Honorable Assembly, because I saw in the text, what about component 1, 2, 3, in the text where you have H and I in the articles and so on. So explain a bit more about that so that we understand, we can relate some of this component, because if you just mention component 4, someone will ask, what about component 1, 2, and 3? And the last but not the least that I just want to find out about the sustainability. It's one thing to install solar energy in schools and facilities, but how do you maintain this? And then, because we've seen a lot of projects in this nature, whereas even in facilities, nice project installed in facilities, solar projects, but 1, 2 years down the line, the batteries start draining, and then there is no sustainability plan. At the end of the day, everything, you will see the solars hanging there, and then there will be no electricity, because once the batteries are dead, you wouldn't have electricity in that respect. So honestly, we are interested to know what is the sustainability plan on this. So on that note, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. That's the contribution I have.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyanija. I now invite the Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that wonderful presentation. Honorable Speaker, formerly, Gambians taking loans for 8 million euros is not a small money. Today, if you check on the rate of this 8 million euro loans, estimatedly it will take you around $526 million. taking loan is not a problem, but the implementation is always a problem. And if we agree to pass this agreement, now the burden is on the citizen. Honorable Speaker, there was an agreement also that we passed in this chamber. There was this EU pheasant agreement, giving us an agreement, but the content there, they will just, the technical will just tell us this is the good of the project, but in the context, they will not tell us what is the reality there. Honorable Speaker, we are taking loans for our people. And I will register my support based on it's going to the health facilities and schools before they will misquote me. Honorable Speaker, I'm in support of this agreement, but the implementation is my problem. Grant always comes with a how to implement grants. If you are taxed to implement a grant that you cannot obey the rules, at the end of the day, they take it back. But the loan, as long as you agree to pay the loan, whether the project is successful or not, you're going to pay that loan. Honorable Speaker, let them help us and tell us the content of the loan, because if you check on the procurement, it was not well designed. If you check on the maintenance and the sustainability of the project, it's not also well said in the agreement. The foreign exchange, as we see, the dollar, sorry to say, but it's zero. Sorry to say, your own currency in your country, the foreign currency, they are always above your own monies. Honorable Speaker, why don't we check on this issue, the foreign exchange? Honorable Speaker, because if you design this $8 million, euros, whether they will take the exchange for today when it goes when it passes in Parliament, or the way the exchange is taken in the country is the way they are going to pay this loan. That is my doubt, because today if you check the rate is around 65.75, something like that. Whether it's going to stand as it's today, or there will be whether it will increase or it will reduce the same price, the same exchange in the content today for $65.75. Honorable Speaker, the quality of the project. Today you go to Lower Salem, there is a solar plant in Lower Salem, which was built by the NAWEC. Since that day, still now, the solars are there. Over 140-something solar panels. That was meant for to give electricity to the people of Lower Salem, but still now it's there. And it was a project. The Indian built this project there, and still the solar plant is there. Since the former regime, Honorable Speaker. And that loan is still paid by the Gambian people. So let them tell us the impact of the loan, because they will only say the beauty of the loan, that we have 24 million grant. Each loan that we ratify, it comes with grants. But at the end of the day, it fails. You can see NEMA, it also fails. But we are still paying the loans. But they took back the old grants to their banks. Tell us, because you are the technocrats, tell us what are the reality on this, because the sustainability also is very important. Because you cannot take solar energy in Lower Salem, and you don't get people who are trained for the solars to sustain them. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I will also take my seat and allow the Minister also to respond on our issues. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, let me thank the Minister of Energy, who is deputizing the Minister of Finance, for tabling an important motion for the National Assembly to decide on. Honorable Speaker, what is before us is a grant of 24 million and a loan component of 8 million. If you looked at the document that read the Republic of the Gambia and the European Investment Bank, on page 6, where you have actually the objective of the project, which is in 4 components. The first component read an increase in generation capacity through on-grid utility scale solar photovoltaic plant with a total installation capacity of 20 megawatt, including an associated battery energy storage. That is component 1. You have component 2, an increase in transmission and distribution capacity by reinforcing and expanding the national grid and preparation for the connection on regional power system, improve security of supply, reduce technical losses, and increase its renewable energy uptake capacity. Component 2. Then 3, urgent institutional support for electric sector turnaround, including preparation and implementation support to component 1 and 2. And then component 4, on-grid and off-grid, PV/ battery system installation, operation, and maintenance for up to 1,100 schools and health centers, especially in remote area of the country. This component will include a significant...
Honorable Member.
Yes.
Can you refer us to the page you are looking at?
I'm reading on page 6.
Page 6 of
the finance contract between the Republic of the Gambia and European Investment Bank.
Okay. All right, then go ahead.
I was reading on component 4, that is on-grid and off-grid, PV/ battery system installation, operation, and maintenance up to 1,100 school and health centers, especially in remote areas of the country. This is a component, this component will include a significant amount of technical assistance to prepare ground for installation. That's component 4. Honorable Speaker, if you look at these various components in its entirety, this is what NAWEC need to make sure that we have what the minister told us, to have access to universal access of electricity countrywide. Because if a component 4 is basically where the loan component is coming to play. And Honorable Speaker, once you go in for a loan, the first thing you looked at is what will be your interest. And we are told the interest is 1.8%. 1.25%, which I believe is very consensual. And then we are told again, we are going to pay this for a period of 25 years with a 5-year grace period. That means if we implement the project, before we start paying, we have to utilize it for 5 years. Then we start paying. That is the grace period. Honorable Minister, if I should take 25 years, add it to my age now, meaning likely paying this loan, I may witness it, I may not witness it. So meaning I'm contracting a loan to some children who are, even they are in their mother's womb. That means that when you are contracting a loan, meaning we should be very efficient in implementing these loans. Because we are implementing it, but likely we may witness the payment. Or even if I witness the payment, then I will be struggling. So it's very important when we took loans, we implement it accordingly. And it is a culture in this country. Loans is a problem. You see, for grant, the funder always makes sure his money goes to where he wants. But for loan, he wouldn't care. Because whether you put the money there, you don't put it there, you have to pay. So this is why for me, I'm always happy with grant. Because the control, the giver will make sure that the money is put where it is intended. Honorable Honorable Minister, you have a very big role to play. It was the Minister of Finance who was supposed to table this one. But everything at the end of the day will be going under your ministry because you are the implementing agency. You are the ministry responsible for energy. So you have a big responsibility. Going back to the page I was reading, if you look at letter D, is where you have the total component of the entire project. Out of this, we are today ratifying 8 million euros and 24 million grant. So the source of funding is indicated, the amount is there. It is 139 million euros, 410,000. That's a lot of Gambian money. So luckily, we have got 80% or 84% of this amount, we are giving it for free. So meaning we are only contracting 20% of loan out of the whole loan. So it's almost a giveaway. But at the end of the day, the little you have, if you don't implement it the way you want to implement it, you will actually fail. You will actually fail. And now it needs to be when it comes to electricity in this country, it is very, very needed in this country. And speaking here in my since we came in, we got independent, my constituency, there is no electricity. Though I have seen Nawet going there, they have seen feasibility study is being done. So if you give me this one, as a people representative, I will not have any two minds. It's only to make sure that I give you the money so that you can take this money, give it back to my people. This is why I am giving you a support. Because I expect with 139 million euros, and then the little we have, if we add it together, we might have maybe a bigger part of the Gambia to be given electricity. So I come back to the 8 million euros. We are told it is to subsidize component 4 of this contract. That is to make sure that schools and hospitals up to 1,100 is being electrified using renewable energy. And then I thank you for thinking in the direction of trying to bring in renewable energy. Because this fossil energy is not sustainable. We have the sun, we have everything to utilize to go in for renewable energy. So, and then where the emphasis is, you said it is, most part of it is going to the remote area. So I am hoping one part of it will go to my constituency because I come from the remote area. Honorable Minister, I can understand there is an amendment to the contract, meaning this contract, you have been mobilizing funds. It was supposed to be it was supposed to be implemented around in 2022. But I see what my member was the member for Kiang was raised something about it, and then I think it is the portion that is amended, that is coming in entry into force. There is an amendment attached to the motions. The amendment reads entry into force. This contract will enter into force upon the bank confirming receipt of the instrument of ratification duly signed by the President of the Republic of the Gambia and sealed with the public seal of the Republic of the Gambia, confirming that Parliament of the Republic of the Gambia has ratified this contract, which occur no later than 29 December 2022. There is another amendment. Sorry, let me. Okay, this was supposed to be the parent. Then there is another amendment. The reading is all the same, but said not later than June 2023. That means that there is an amendment accompanying the the motions. Yeah, there is an amendment.
Yeah, that's right. Honorable member, can you make reference to it so that members can look at it themselves?
Okay.
Refer them to the relevant documentations.
Yes, when we were given the document, we are given with two amendments. The parent body and then the new amendment. I don't know whether members are having it.
Confirmed.
It's confirmed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, on that note, I would actually thank you for coming with a very wonderful motion to support electricity in this country. But now the onus is on you to make sure that the loans that we are taking, I told you earlier, I am not particular about the grant, because that we are giving it for free. But I know the giver will attach serious conditions to make sure that what they give it for, you implement it in that area. But when it comes to the loan, they have a less care, because whether you do it or you don't do it, at the end of the day, you have to pay them their money. But the other issue also, on the loan, the 8 million, I could prefer the trenches be indicated as other loans, because we are just informed we are going to pay it in trenches. But it is only stated in the motion, but the trenches like the installment. For example, if I should look at the other agreement that deal with the Ministry of Agriculture, if you looked at it there, it is, you can easily know. Sure. Is this European? Sure. I could actually prefer it to be like this, because most of the loan we contract in this assembly, they give it to us like this. Look at the motion on the loan within the Republic of the Gambia and the Ministry of Agriculture. You go to page 23 of 26. You see how the trenches are organized there. You can easily know the installment plan, both the interest and the principal. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku. I now invite the Honorable Member for Sami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. for giving me the floor. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for stepping in for the Minister for Finance on this important issue, which is electricity. We all know that electricity is a concern in this country, much more the rural people. And we are very much happy for these two agreements because it is clearly stated there. It is especially for remote areas. So it's a thing which we definitely welcome it. And we are told that, Honorable Speaker, these two agreements, the first one is a loan, which is amounting to 8 million euros. And the other one is 24 million, which is a grant. Honorable Speaker, various speakers have mentioned here, this is not the first time this country is taking a loan. But what we are all speaking here is that how the loan is going to be used. And the reason why people take loan is for those people to see the benefits at the end. But after taking the loan, you don't see any benefits. And people have to pay for that loan. That is something that people always talk about it. And I know the executing body is Ministry of Energy. But those that are going to identify those places are Ministry of Education and Health. And there are so many schools. We said 1,100 schools. If you look at the lower basic school alone, in this country, you look at the senior schools, you look at the basic cycle schools, it's too much, Honorable Speaker. Those who are going to identify those schools, they should know how to identify them. They should know how to identify. Because each and every one of us here, we are representatives. We want to see at least one or two in our constituency. If it is not a school, but it should be a health center. That yes, the loan that we have ratified, this is the loan. We can explain that to our people. But you have rectified something at the end, even a simple thing, you don't see it. And we know the importance of electricity. The reason why some of our kids move from other areas to come here is because of electricity. Because there are certain things that should have been done in those schools. It is through electricity that can enable them to do those things. But if it is not there, they cannot do it. And likewise, the health sector. So, the other question that I would like to ask the Honorable Minister, you talk about schools and health centers. What about other communities in the rural areas, the remote areas, where NAWET is unable to reach to those areas? Are those communities not part of this? Where NAWET cannot reach to those because of the distance. With this loan, is it not possible for them to reach to those remote areas? Honorable Speaker, other than that, it's a very welcoming initiative because it is going to improve the life of the remote people who are there. So the only thing is we want the loan to be used as it is expected for. We don't want after improving the loan, the work started, after the work is completed, 2 or 3 years, there is nothing. They say those places, they have problems. We don't want to see those things. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Same. I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyamina West.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor. I also want to join my colleagues and contribute. First of all, this is a very important initiative, and I have no doubt it can change life of many Gambians. The expectation is high, and definitely, as alluded by one of our members, we are expecting that this will change lives in the Gambia. Just in December sittings, during the sign and die, many of us, or almost every time here in the parliament, every sittings, honorable members will stand here and will be discussing or complaining about issues of electricity in various constituencies in the country. But today, going through this grant and a loan, we are definitely hopeful that this will address electricity and power problems in our country. As mentioned by the Honorable Minister, many of the schools and hospitals are targeted as beneficiaries. This is very, very important, and we are eager to receive this in our various constituencies, as these hospitals and schools are in our various constituencies. So I don't intend to say much, just that I support the bill, and I support the loan and the grant on table, and I think every other member here will be ready to bless it. Just that let us use these funds judiciously so that we can realize the benefit come some years to come. We have also observed that the grant is more than the loan, which is above 84% of the total sum, which is a very good initiative. And we are aware some of the policies of the government now in taking loans and grants, which is a very good policy, and they are very much careful on which type of loan or grant to go in for the benefit of the country. The Honorable Minister also alluded on the NAMS oversight functioning, that is monitoring, which is very important. So gates is open for the NAMS, which is, I will also have to emphasize on that. Our monitoring also is equally very important in these projects, and it can help on the right footage. So this project it can bring giant change in our lives, considering, like he said, rural urban migration, considering trade, considering even the down or backway syndrome that we are talking about. So, because it can create employment at the end of the day. If there is electricity, there is life, and people can create their own corner shops and skills, and so on and so forth. So this is what is lacked in the rural area. That's why, in essence, most of the youths in the rural area are found in the urban area. So to discourage rural urban migration, this is a very good project. And also taking note in the schools and hospitals, there is a lot of electricity needed there. Taking consideration of the schools in the provinces, most of us used to draw questions, and after typing them, you have to run to Combo, print them out. Sometimes you send someone to come and do that service for you. At the end of the day, you expect quality examination, and free and fair examination, which will be very difficult. So in the hospitals, most of the gadgets have to take electricity, and if there is no electricity within, it's a very difficult and burden life. So, but with this loan and grant and the magnitude of this money, also considering the solar power, if taken into good use, this will change lives in the Gambia. So I say a big thank to the minister, and I expect a lot from him, and I have no doubt. I also expect a lot from the National Assembly in monitoring. In conclusion, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyamina West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I equally thank the Honorable Minister for Energy, who is rightly stepping in for the Honorable Minister of Finance. Honorable Speaker, I rise to give my support to the two agreements that we are considering and ratifying today. That is a loan component of €8 million and a grant component of €24 million. And all this is geared towards enhancing the distribution of electricity to the whole country, which is the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, we all know that it is government's objective to attain universal access to reliable electricity throughout the Gambia by 2025. And I'm sure this is the reason why they come up with these two agreements. Honorable Speaker, during the fourth ordinary session of the 2022 legislative year, I stood here during a question and answer session with the Honorable Minister for Energy. And I did ask him a question concerning about the supplying of reliable electricity in 21 communities in my constituency, which is Jara Central. And in that question, Honorable Speaker, I did ask the Honorable Minister for Energy as to what his plans are in electrifying 21 communities in my constituency, Jara Central. And his response to that question, Honorable Speaker, was clearly that already they have set the plans, government have set plans, and that by the start of the new year, which is 2023, these 21 communities that I talked to him about electricity supply would be electrified. So I am here now asking him, Honorable Speaker, as to whether these projects or agreements that we are going to consider and ratify today would be the right projects that are going to supply those 21 communities in my constituency with reliable electricity. Honorable Speaker, I would not take much time, but just to also add to what the honorable members have said, that when these two agreements are being ratified, considered and ratified, let the funds be used judiciously as expected from them. On that note, Honorable Minister, I'm asking the question as to whether these are the projects that are going to respond to the question that I asked you concerning about supplying the 21 communities in my constituency with reliable electricity. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Jara Central. I now invite the Honorable Member for Opanyumi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And Honorable Speaker, let me also seize the opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister for Energy for laying this important motion on behalf of the Minister of Finance. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the component 4 of this agreement, on-grid and off-grid, PV battery system installation, operation, and maintenance for up to 1,100 schools and health centers, especially in remote areas of the country. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the nature of our schools and the health facilities in the remote areas of the country, you always found that they normally lack electricity, and that's why certain important services they're supposed to render to the community and to individuals, can never be.
Honorable member, I don't know whether you are used to, you raised your voice.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. What I was trying to say is, like normally, the schools and the health facilities in the country that are normally found in remote areas, we always find that they are constrained in terms of, services that need electricity. So I deem it befitting that if this project is properly implemented, it's going to address problem of those natures which our schools and health facilities in the remote areas of the country are facing. Honorable Speaker, the agreement is between the Republic of the Gambia and that of European Investment Bank at a tune of 8 million euros of loan, 24 million euros of grants. I don't think we have anything against this particular motion unless to give it our blessing and support, and also urge the implementing agents of this project to make sure that they use these funds judiciously, because that's the problem of this country. Project comes and go, and the impact they normally make to the livelihood of the people of this country is sometimes, yes, it's sometimes, not felt, not seen. We have been receiving a lot of projects, not only in NAWEC, but in other ministries. But like the real impact of these projects in as much as to improve the livelihood of the people of this country are normally not realized. And Gambia and Gambian people suffer to pay these loans. So we urge on the technocrats to please make basis of this fund, to make sure that the purpose they came for, let them put it into that purpose. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Opanyomi. And I invite the Honorable Member for Talinding Kunja.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to also thank the Honorable Minister for tabling this agreement. Honorable Speaker, like previous speakers have already echoed the same sentiments with regards to projects coming in, but at the end of the day, we don't see the impact. Since independence, since First Republic to Second Republic, it's still the same thing. Now, I think that is perhaps because at the level of National Assembly, as an oversight institutions, we should change our approach. For me, the information with regards to the project is welcome. The project itself, initiative is welcome. But the information regarding this project is scanty, meaning inadequate. Because I believe henceforth National Assembly should change its approach with regards to ratifying agreement loans for which developments are required. Before we ratify it, we have to have a complete design of the project. A complete design of the project where National Assembly, as representative of the people, must be in the know, meaning in the full disclosure of all the facts with regards to a particular project in a country. Somebody said when we go to oversight fund institutions, we don't see them. Why you don't see them? Because you don't have the facts about the projects. We just bring them here, we rectify them, all this scanty information about the project. You can monitor and play oversight when you know this is what is required at this particular place. If you go there, you do not see it, then you know there's a problem. And this is what, for me, we should have seen all the project details with regards to this, the 1,000 schools, the 100 hospitals. Which are these hospitals? What's the justification for the 1,000? Because sometimes we are all jubilant to say 1,000 schools is the number. Don't look at the number. Look at the impact it's going to happen. When you bring in money, is it going to be impactful? 1,000 schools is, yes, it's a number. It's huge. We all want development. And renewable energy is the way forward for modern development. But we need to know what's the justification for these schools to have this renewable energy supply. Because for many reasons, we are taking loan besides a grant to implement these projects. And then for grants, it's free money. I know we are all happy whenever you have free money. And sometimes Africans are very good at eating free money because it doesn't belong to anyone. But the loan aspect of it, when we are spending at schools, we actually know the schools cannot generate the funds to pay back this. So meaning, if we are going to implement projects at schools, there must be services that will enhance education in these schools because they actually need electricity, fine. But it's not just going to be electricity for like somebody said, you want to print documents alone. No, it should be electricity that will provide laboratory services in schools. Because schools cannot operate without, laboratory services in schools cannot operate without proper electricity supply. So are those services going to be available in these schools? Because it's not just about, people don't spend night at the school. It's not just about providing renewable energy investing all of them. What are the attendant issues with regards to educational advancement? Laboratory services, science, chemistry, physics, and all those things, IT hub. All these things supposed to be services that the electricity is going to supply. It's not just providing services at this, and also in the hospitals. It's a welcome idea in the hospitals because we know the running of electricity hospitals with electricity is huge, especially in remote areas. And there are hospitals that use generators here, and this generator run with high cost. So having renewable energy is the solution to minimize the unnecessary spending on fuel and maintenance of generators. So, but then the project itself, we must be well informed as to what hospitals it targets, what impact it will, what informs the justifications of all these things should be at the fingertip of all NAMs as we speak now. Because we cannot just be talking about figures, this project, 1,000 hospitals. For me, the information is scanty. Even though I welcome the initiative, I want to be in the know of everything what this project is intended to provide. And the issue is the grant and the loan. For me, I want to question the Honorable Minister if the grant of 8 million was a precondition for the grant. The loan for 8 million was a precondition for the grant. I don't know if you'll miss my question, Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, let me rephrase my question again. I want to know if the 8 million loan is a precondition for the grant. Because if they are not connected, the grant alone will suffice to start to do with that what we can until we get another funding. Because we cannot just say we target 1,000, like it's in a rush. No. We are increasing our indebtedness. Gambia being already highly indebted. If you can do away with the loan and have the grant, it's more feasible. That's why I'm asking this thing. Is it a precondition that we must, before we get the grant, we must get the loan? If it is not, why wouldn't we manage the grant we have, do with that what it can, and then we plan for future these things so that we economize our resources. With that little thing, I think the need is there, but how do we fund it and how do we judiciously fund it and how we make it impactful is what is the question now. And I hope when the Honorable Speaker, I hope when the Honorable Minister comes back here, we will be happy to thank him, not just for laying it, but we will thank him for the successful implementation of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Talending. I now invite the Honorable Member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I also join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister for Petroleum for deputizing for the Honorable Minister of Finance. I know you are stepping in for your own project. This is your project, so thank you very much for stepping in for him. Honorable Speaker, I mean, going through the component, let's look at component 1 to 3 being part of the loan, and then component 4, because it's based on 4 different components. My question to him is, all these 3 components, were they fully implemented, both the grant and the loan? Because if you have, there's a grant aspect of it, and there's a loan aspect of it. These 3 components, I guess they were ratified here during the last legislature, but I'm inquiring about the level of implementation. How far have you gone with implementing them, both accessing the grant and also those loans? Were they fully accessed from date or not? And then coming to the current one, which is the 8 million. Yes, I don't mind to say it's a welcoming idea. If you look at the interest rate of it, it's about 1 point something currently. But if you put all the loans together, it will be equivalent to about $65 million, or 65 million euros of 1 point something percent can be a huge amount in the future. I mean, I know today it is small, but in the country here, the moment we are paying loans, we pay them based on current, rate of the currency that we have to pay. Honorable Minister, I think it's important also we look at the grants that we are giving. I know grants come with conditions, and those conditions are always fulfilled before they are being disbursed to you. Yes, we ratify loans. When loans are given out, I think I suggest to you, possibly to the Honorable Speaker, through the Honorable Speaker, that when loans are given, let them have the same conditions attached as they are always attached to as grants. Because if these grants are being come with conditions, before you access those grants, you must fulfill those conditions. Let's also work on the same way to also on the loans that we are giving to the people that we are giving it to. Let them also fulfill with conditions before a second phase or third phase of disbursement is given to them. Because this payment is going back to who? It's going back to us as taxpayers. And as far as it's going back to us as taxpayers, I think it's important we attach conditions to it with proper monitoring of this loan to the person that they are giving to. Coming to the schools that we are referring to, it's about electricity. Is there any ownership aspect of it? Who takes the ownership of it? Who is taking the ownership of this? This me. Because we are saying schools and hospitals. Yes, we know schools and hospitals are all government-owned sectors, and they are managed by government. But we know we have been coming here through history that now is being owed by government on those amount of money and cannot be paid. Now, when it comes to force, who is now taking ownership from the school level and also from the health sector of it? Because when doing our budgets on their budgets, we have seen it here. There is no component where we say this for electricity to say it is we pay like this, and now you are giving this thing to schools in which they have to pay what? The electricity bill. Are they going to be free to them, or will they be paying? That's what needs to be very clear. I think we need to put things across to know where we are. At least know that when it is given, it will be there for good. It will not be there temporarily to say it comes today, tomorrow we cannot do it anymore because we cannot pay our cash flow, we cannot maintenance our solar panels. We need to look at these things properly. Let's look at the maintenance aspect of it. And after everything, who bears the cost of what is going to happen tomorrow? Not, yes, they come in as grant, they are given to us. But when it comes to loan, we need to pay. And it's government that is paying. If government cannot incur costs from those who are using it, how will they pay? It's going to be a problem. So we need to look at this thing properly and then see how best we can manage it to make sure that it will definitely will not be a problem tomorrow of paying those loans. Yes, 35 years is long, but within the 35 years, the interest will keep on increasing. The interest will never decrease, but it keep on increasing. And the moment it's increasing, it's going to be another burden onto us. So how can we manage with these two? Thank you very much. I rest my case.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Joshua constituency. I now invite the Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal. Is out. The Honorable Member for Janjambure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I equally want to join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister for actually laying this motion before us here today. Also, I just want to make my contributions or observations as per this loan and grant agreement. You would bear with me that this is a very, very important project, knowing that the Gambia, it has been a very difficult situation for us to get electricity supply across the country. And also knowing that it will help to address the issues of climate change in this country and the globe at large. However, Honorable Speaker, you will also agree with me that the Gambia as a country have been getting loans since time of memory or since independence. But again, it seems it have not been really addressing a lot for us. But instead, we have been taking that commitment to actually put in taxpayers' money to actually pay off some of the loans that we actually take from institutions around the globe. Honorable Speaker, I also want certain clarifications. To start with, looking at the calendar shared by the Honorable Minister, I think component 1 should start from 2020, that is Q1, and it should end at 2024. I want to ask the Honorable Minister if he can share with us some of the achievements that were actually registered or that are actually registered in the course of this timeline. And also looking at component 2, I think it should start sometime around 2020 towards 2023. And I believe it will be important if we can be informed by the Honorable Minister to actually understand what are some of the successes registered during this period, what are some of the challenges that are encountered, and if need be, the overall progress of the project. The other point I want to look at is how are some of these contracts awarded. Looking at SESCO, I think with my little understanding, it is more of a foreign company. And I think looking at the demographic in this country, it will be also important to encourage our local companies to undertake such contracts and, if need be, create more of viable employment for our young people, not just being laborers at such sites, but also giving them that expertise, responsibility in order for the due execution of such a project. Honorable Speaker, I also want to inquire from the Minister as to what are the disbursement profile of this project. I think knowing that one of our oversight functions is to monitor some of these projects, I believe it will be equally important if we can be furnished with some of these informations as to profiling the disbursement of some of the monies that would be released to the respective projects or companies that are actually awarded this project. It will be also important to have an implementation schedule around the agreement. I think to ease monitoring for us, it will be indeed very important for we to lay hands on the implementation schedule to say, okay, in 2023, from January to December, this is what we want to do. And at this particular time, this is what we're going to achieve. And as such, I believe that will also ease monitoring for this honorable House. Honorable Speaker, I also want to ask the Honorable Minister, what is the readiness for implementation of this project? Because many a times, we will take these loans with the promise that such projects will kickstart at a given time, but then at the end of the day, it always happens to be in the opposite. We never meet to our timelines, and lack of meeting to such timelines also bear the government to actually pay certain amounts that are not really budgeted for. Honorable Speaker, I wouldn't really want to repeat what some of my colleagues have said, but I think it will be also important for me to look at those areas. That is, I understand that 1,100 schools are targeted and 100 health facilities equally are targeted for the said projects. If need be, I think it will be important if this Honorable House can be furnished with the list of targeted areas wherein we can be at a better position to be informed. Honorable Speaker, I also want for the ministry to also furnish us with some of the information as per the materials that will be used to equip some of these grids. My colleague from Lower Salum have actually mentioned it. That is to say, there is a plant at Kau that was actually built way back 7-8 years ago. And the sole promise was to help those communities in the said area to have access to electricity. Until today, we have not, or those people have not really get the needed electricity as per promise. And certainly, because I recall a few years ago, I had some discussions with some NAWEC staffs, and the excuses have been the materials that were actually installed at the said area couldn't really supply electricity to the said communities using the Renewable Energy Initiative. And I think it is indeed very important for we to shift from wasting taxpayers' money just with the promise that they will be getting certain facilities or amenities at their doorsteps, whilst at the end of the day, some of those initiatives becomes a white elephant at the expense of the taxpayers. So I think it will be indeed very, very important to understand some of those nitty-gritties and also to help this August Assembly to be better informed. Finally, Honorable Speaker, what I also want to ask here is, when is component 3 and 4 going to kickstart? And what are the specific timelines for the said two components in order for us to get a first-hand information? As others have alluded, I think as much as the project is a great initiative, we also think it will be indeed very, very important for we to be informed as expected, knowing we might not really be experts in the energy sector, but again, giving us a detailed information would really go a long way to help us actually go through some of these projects and also inform our electorates as to the progress of some of these initiatives. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Janjambure. Honorable members, the mention of the Kaur project is on and on for 8 years, according to honorable members. It worries me to know that one of the functions of this body is oversight. That's why our people sent us here. And those projects are on, we have observed them, but we will always be lamenting over them in the hall here. What has the committees done to know the facts and take the people to book? We cannot just be coming here lamenting over our own functions. We are an oversight. We are to ensure that these things are done. That's why we are elected to come here. We are seeing those things not happening, but we still continue to talk about it here, expecting that somebody is going to do it. It is now our responsibility to find out those who were given those things, who were responsible, bring them to task, let them explain, and we take them to task and make stringent recommendations either against them or for whatever. But just to come and be talking about it as if we are expecting that some people will come and do the job.
It's a failed project.
Honorable members, I now invite the Honorable Member for Sani Mentere.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I know once I stand up, most people might think what I'm trying to say. I would not speak here without talking about women leaders of this nation. Honorable Speaker, I'll ask the Honorable Minister, how would the women of this nation benefit with regards to the implementation of this project? I know it's general, but then specifically, I'm asking this question with regards to women, when women are the majority in this country, and I think it is right for them to benefit in every loan that Gambia or grant Gambia is to benefit. The reason why I'm saying this is times when hospitals, there will be no electricity when women deliver, and there will be no water, hot water in order to wash their babies. There are times when women will be delivering and they won't have access to electricity in order to help them for easy delivery. Honorable Speaker, I'll be very brief in asking this question. That is, I know you rightly said here that 1,100 schools and hospitals would benefit this electricity supply. The rural areas, will there be a specific allocation of funding or a specific meter given to hospitals that will benefit the supply of electricity, whereby the meter will always there will be always funding for that electric or that hospital or the labor ward to be having electricity at all times. This is my question, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now invite Honorable Nominated Member Keba Lam Fofana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. To start with, I would join my fellow honorable members to extend our gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Energy for ably representing the Finance Minister in presenting this loan and grants at the National Assembly. Honorable Minister, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, we've been informed that the loan value is 8 million euros. And we've also been ably informed as to what benefits we stand to receive, ranging from the solarization of 1,000 schools, the solarization of 100 hospitals, and other benefits that can be derived upon the successful implementation of this project, which goes to justify that indeed electricity is life. Indeed, its benefits cannot be overemphasized given the current situation and our everyday experience with the current normalcy, which is the erratic nature of the electricity we are experiencing in this country. And right now, you realize that the project will have benefits in other sectors. Because if at all 1,000 schools are solarized, which means that will be an added value to the education system, which means the quality of education will be improved. If at all 100 hospitals are also solarized efficiently, meaning the quality of healthcare delivery would also improve significantly. Having said that, it will be justified for one to say that the value or the relevance of these two instruments presented before us today cannot be what? Overemphasized. But, Honorable Speaker, certain concerns were raised. And equally, these concerns are justified. If you look at the documents presented before us, you will realize that the loan is coming in a tripartite format. One is the government of the Gambia, who is the borrower. The second one is SESCO, and by SESCO we mean the Sustainable Energy Service Company, who are the beneficiary. And having listened to the Honorable Minister, he said SESCO is fully owned, right? That 90% belongs to the Ministry of Finance and 10% to the Ministry of what? Energy. Together. So which means, although it is a private entity, but it's a state-owned what? Enterprise. And the third one is the bank. So the fundamental question here is, we have seen the performance of the state-owned enterprises during these years. As a result of it, the government of the Gambia have signed a performance contract with them. But SESCO, by its standing, it's something new to the National Assembly members, including myself. So my first question would be, if at all the Honorable Minister can give us a synopsis as to what is the capacity, the absorption capacity of SESCO with regards to what the implementation of this particular project. And the second point I want to bring in, which will be in correlation to a question that was asked by one of the Honorable members, will be in reference to page 45 of the finance contract. Page 45, Schedule A. Under the calendar, it reads that the TA activities have started in Q1, which was in 2020, and would end in 2024. With the support to commissioning and early operations, construction expected to start in Q1 or Q2 in 2021, with expected completion by end 2023, which means this is an ongoing project. Can the minister give us a progress report as to what was achieved in Q1 and Q2 to give us a baseline justification for the approval of this particular loan? And the third one, which again, I would refer this Honorable House to page 23. If you go to page 23, under Article 4.1, it says, The borrower shall repay each tranche by installment on the repayment date specified in relevant disbursement notice in accordance with the terms of the amortization table delivered pursuant to Article 2.3. And Article 2.3 is on page 22, which means the payment schedule should have been specified by Article 2.3. Now, if we go to Article 2.3, which is on page 22, confirmation by the bank, it says the bank shall deliver to the borrower the amortization table referred to in Article 4.1, if appropriate, showing the disbursement date, the amount disbursed in euro, the repayment terms, and the interest rate. What I'm trying to ask here is, we don't know the payment schedule, and that is very important. So if the minister can equally help us, when will payment commence? What are the payment terms, which we know, but what will be the instrumental values and how frequent they will be coming? That would definitely help. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I would like to join my fellow honorable members to express my full support for the approval of these two instruments. As if at all they are fully implemented and efficiently, they will definitely improve on the overall service delivery, both in the health sector and also in the education sector and other relevant sectors of what our society. And having said that, I wish to also encourage the ministry and the implementing partners to make sure that they apply utmost due care in the execution of what the project. Because I wouldn't like to repeat what other honorable members have said, but the frustration is clear. Projects will go, loans will be taken, but at the end of the day, the delivery that should be received by the commoners is not forthcoming. And the status quo needs to change. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I beg to take my seat.
Thank you, Honorable Nominated Member Keba Lang Fofana. I now invite the Honorable Member for Brikama North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'll join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister who stepped in for the Honorable Minister of Finance. Before us, we have two motions. One, to consider and ratify the financing agreement between the Republic of the Gambia and the European Investment Bank on the electricity restoration and modernization project, which has a loan component of 8 million euros. And the second one is to consider and ratify financial agreement between the government of the Republic of the Gambia and Sustainable Energy Service Company and the European Investment Bank, also on electricity restoration and modernization project, which has a grant component of 24 million euros. It is in this vein we decided to merge together the two motions so that we can debate on them, since they are all or both on the restoration and modernization of electricity. At this juncture, I tend to ask why captivating electricity restoration and modernization project, as if we have a kind of lost glory when we talk about electricity. The aspect of restoration is calculated to attract the donors, but in actual fact, it is electricity installation and modernization. We are yet to attain the full provision of electricity. I could vividly recall in 2017 when the new government came, its focus is to fix the problem and we are still struggling to fix the problem. Partly we rely on Senegal to have the electricity supply, which is a threat to our sovereignty, as well as provision of electricity in the country. Having made that observation, I also share the same observation and view on the investment grant agreement part. The party that is the Sustainable Energy Service Company, SESCO, which is said to be a private limited liability company. I can understand the Ministry of Finance and the Energy are there. But how does this particular company come about? Here, ably represented by the chairperson of the board, one Ablajalo, what is the composition of this board, and how is the board appointed, leading to the chairperson as well? And why this particular company, not NAWEC, if we are to do with electricity? Having made that observation, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Minister, climate change is a global issue and global concern. It is in our national determined contribution that we make effort to finance combating climate change. The aspect of combating climate change has to do with climate financing. I believe this loan and grant are geared towards climate financing in our effort to combat climate change, which is a global concern. In the climate financing, focus is also on children and women-centered climate financing. One could see these two agreements. One, the beneficiaries will be our schools, about 1,000, and then about 100 health facilities. Therefore, the beneficiaries are clearly indicating the grant and the loans are geared towards climate financing. We can be regarded as children and women-centered. This is what is yearned to be promoted in our bid to fight against climate change. Honorable Minister, in our schools, especially those in the provinces, badly need electricity. Education, especially science and technology, cannot go without electricity. To have our schools to get electricity will enhance our science and education in our schools, in particularly the rural schools. We cannot conduct some of your laboratory tests when the electricity supplies are not there. You have to travel from distant far schools to get those facilities. So it's important we electrify all our schools to enhance our science and education in our school curriculum. Honorable Minister, many a time people will die because there is erratic supply of electricity in hospitals. In Brikama, it had been happening, and I want to believe elsewhere that is the norm. That means we cannot continue to rely on the normal supply of electricity through NAWEC. We need alternative measures. And one way of that is through the energy supply that is alternative to that of NAWEC. And solarization is one way of that. Having electricity supply that is solarized will be more reliable even where we have available electricity supply in the health facilities. However, the maintenance and management of this can be a concern, especially in the rural areas. There are solar facilities owned by rural communities that were stolen because their management and control was not properly put in place. If you have this in our hospitals or health facilities or in schools, their upkeeping and management should seriously look into. We don't need to fix them there only for one day. People will come and steal, and the police cannot make any arrests. We need to look into that. There are instances in the up countries where facilities of this nature are stolen away. So that is a concern that the ministry should work hand in glove with the communities to ensure these are well managed and controlled. The maintenance aspect also can be a concern. Honorable Speaker, we've been saying here, loans and grants of this nature, our job is to approve. National Assembly is not tailored to be part of the initial preparation to rig the agreement and then do the signing. That is between the government and then the partners. All that we can do is it in the interest of the people, and then there is no point where we can do any necessary amendment. What we can do is to make observations so that in future, if they are to go for such agreements, this is where the members are making points for them to look into. That is to say, we will approve, but we cannot end only at approving. Our job now also has to do with our oversight. The respective committees from today should take note of these projects that are coming. The health committee is there, the project monitoring committee is there, and education committee is there. All of you should put your eyes on this project. And honestly, you try to follow up and monitor the implementations so that they are effectively implemented. What the Honorable Speaker is saying, that's the point. We take note of what implementation of projects, if they fail, how and why. That should be brought to the attention of the National Assembly. We take action on that, but not just mere talking over them. Yes, we cannot amend, but we can approve, and then we can act on the implementation, monitoring, and ensure that they are diligently monitored. Honorable Speaker, 1,000 schools are going to benefit. 100 health facilities are going to benefit. But which regions? Each region, how many schools are going to benefit? We want to know. Each region, how many health facilities are going to benefit? We want to know. To the extent of regions, we want across the nation, everyone can benefit. and this should be evenly distributed. It should not be just centered around one region. Honorable Speaker, anytime members come here during adjournment debate, key among the issues that concerns our people is electricity and water. So having the minister to lay before us something that is going to address the concerns of our people that is very key, electricity, I think that is something that honorable members would warmly welcome, and we commend the minister for that. However, we also look forward to the distribution, the implementation. Of course, implementation that will not look like political fanfare. I understand I know the minister will understand what I mean. Start your work now. When it's improved, you don't wait. When it's campaign, the president will go on campaign, will go with this thing and then try to distribute to the people as if he is doing it just to have political gains. We have seen projects here. He only waited when it's time for campaign. He went with them and tried to distribute them during his political rallies. That is very wrong. That is very wrong.
Point of order, Honorable.
What observation? A big man talking, you want to observe?
No. May I hear point of what?
When the leader is talking, you only listen.
Honorable members, please. Somebody was shouting. Point of observation. No, I mean, if you want to observe,
I'm saying when the leader is talking, you don't observe.
Honorable member, if he hears it and he sits down, then it means you can just get up and observe. But if he does not, please allow him to speak.
Honorable Speaker, the leader is speaking. Let them only listen. What I'm trying to say, these are issues that we need to be addressing immediately. When it's approved, the funds are available. We should not wait any avenue to do the implementation. We start as soon as possible. I'm only making reference to certain things that happen, and I don't want a replica of that. We are very open, we are very objective, and we are very rational to do our work as parliamentarians to approve it. And if the executive should do the implementation, let them try to do with that due diligence. That is my position. I don't need to be observed on that. Honorable Speaker, on that note, having said so and raised the concerns, and I hope the concerns are well noted, once more I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Energy who ably represented the Honorable Minister of Finance for tabling this motion before this August Assembly, and I also join my colleagues to support the two motions. Thank you.
Observation, Honorable Speaker. Yes, please. No, I'm not observing him. Honorable Speaker, I just have a concern.
Honorable member, you must rise up with making certain quotations. You saying observation. Are you observing him? He has finished. Or you are observing the speaker?
Yes, I have a concern, Honorable
That's
Speaker.
not an observation.
Yes.
Your concern could be addressed at the due time. You must find a way of raising that concern from your own standing orders. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Ruler. I now invite the Honorable Member for Jara West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor.
let me also use this opportunity to thank the Minister of Energy, who is stepping in for the Minister of Finance. Honorable Speaker, my intervention will not that be long because my honorable colleagues, some of them have deliberated on the issues that I want to intervene. But nonetheless, I just have some words, and then to start with, I don't have any doubt in approving or ratifying these two agreements that are laid before us today by the Honorable Minister, because they are very, very important projects. Especially what convinced me most is about the electricity for the schools and the health facilities, more especially to the remote areas. Honorable Speaker, we have seen some schools, we find it very difficult to even post some teachers there because of electricity is not there. I believe with this project, we'll have teachers who are ready to stay in those schools or at the remote areas. Electricity now, we can call it's a life, because we cannot live without electricity. Electricity is very, very important in schools, in hospitals. You go to certain villages where you have schools, they find it very difficult to have even good teachers to live there. So I believe this project is coming to address those challenges. I will also join my colleagues to appeal to the implementers. Yes, this is a loan and a grant. The loan is 8 million euros, the grant is 24 million euros, totaling to 32 million euros. This is a huge money, but then people have to be very, very serious. We cannot have some loans to come in. We have good people to lobby for loans for the interest of the Gambia, but when the loan is here, the citizens don't value that money. Things need to change. And I believe it is the responsibility of we, the National Assembly members, with the implementers, to work together to see that we have value for money. This money is spent judiciously for the interest of the citizens. So we should take note. We are approving these agreements based on the interest of our citizens. Yes, if we approve, when disbursement starts, let's follow up. Let's go to the sites. Let's do our oversight functions. Wherever we find something is not working as we want, we hold that individual accountable. It should be that way. We don't have to approve loans and they go like that. When we approve loans, what we want is development, to uplift us, to move the country forward, but not at a standstill or getting backward. So we are here talking, approving these loans and grants. It is our responsibilities to do the needful, to join hands together, to see that we achieve what we want from these loans. That is very, very important. If you see some members are talking, they have the experience, they have seen it. We were on oversight functions. You go to some projects, you are not happy.
You see some projects, when you are told what is put into that project, the money involved, you'll be confused. You'll be very much confused. You are told this is the amount that get involved. The work is not even at a quarter stage, not half stage, but a quarter. Nothing is done. That have to change. And then I believe this house can make that to change. Let's set an example. Let's set an example. If we approve something, let's follow it to the latter part. Let's see how disbursement is done. What was destined for Kiang or for Jara is for Jara. Let's see how much it was for Jara. Let's see how much it was for Kiang. Let's see how much it was for Janyamure. Then we will know, yes, this was in front of us. We approve it. It was given, certain things have to go here, certain things have to go here. Who is the implementer? Who is the contractor? What have you spent here? If he's explained to us something that is not correct, we know. Even though we are not a technical expert on construction or anyone, well, when somebody tell you this is this, you add one-on-one, you know how much is spent there. Maybe not to the exact level, but you know approximately you will get to this level. It's our responsibility to see all these things go as we want. If it doesn't go that way, let's do something. Tomorrow, another one when it comes, somebody will be mindful. Mr. X handled this thing like this. It was not good for him. But if we are just talking, we are not making what we're supposed to do, it's not correct. So on that note, I have no doubt I'll give my blessings and approve these ratifications, the agreement. I have to give my blessings. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker. Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Yes?
Yes, I understood that my name was called, and I want to appeal, and seek from your humble chair if I would be given the chance to speak again. Thank you.
Honorable Member, can you take the floor?
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the chance once again. I want to join my honorable colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister of Energy for ably representing the Honorable Minister of Finance before this August Assembly. I just have few things that I would want the Honorable Minister to clear for the benefit of this Assembly. We understand that the loan and the grant is meant to cover up schools in the Gambia. But if you say schools, I think it is an open word. I want to know whether those Arabic schools that are registered with Amana are also considered. Because sometimes when we talk about schools, we tend to forget the Arabic schools that are already registered with Amana. And this is a very important instrument. If achieved, it will definitely go a long way in solving some of the issues that are normally raised at plenary by fellow National Assembly members. If you look at it, there are so many schools that are in remote areas without no electricity, especially these registered Arabic schools with Amana. The second thing I want to talk about is the control mechanism. Honorable Speaker, sometimes when these projects comes, we see that those that are employed on the line ministries will like to resign from their positions just to apply or to go into these projects because of the intensives that are attached. So there should be a sort of a control mechanism by the implementing body to make sure that our civil servants that are employed within our ministries would not leave for these projects. I also want to advise the committees of the National Assembly that are responsible for monitoring these projects, that it is always important whenever these projects comes, you also look at the contract documents of these projects, not only to receive the reports as prepared by the implementing bodies. Sometimes it is always good to look at the contract itself for a better monitoring mechanism. We have to look at this way. Honorable Nyamina was making reference of the difference between grant and loan, which is very important, and I think we need to look at that aspect. If you look at the grant aspect of this instrument, on page 16, you can see that there is an information on reporting. But if you look at the loan aspect, there is nothing like that. So I think it is very important we also put that at the back of our mind, that when these loans have to come, we also have to take our responsibility to receive reports of what is going on those projects. The financing of the project is very important, but also the control mechanism has to be looked at, as my honorable colleagues rightly stated. I would also want to commend the ministry for coming up with the idea of renewable energy, but this will also enhance the long-term climate neutral development strategy of 2050. So it's a very, very good thing, and it's commendable. In a nutshell, Honorable Speaker, I will also want to give my blessing to the instrument, but to challenge the implementing body to make sure that they put a proper control mechanism so as to help us, to gain what this project is intended to achieve. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I would like to take my floor and to thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal. Honorable members, may I now call upon the Honorable Minister, who is the mover, to respond to the issues raised and to wind up the debate. Honorable Minister, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just want to make a general comment and clarification, then I will respond to the individual questions raised by the honorable members. This project, which is called the Gambia Restoration and Modernization Project, as indicated page 8 of the finance contract, which is the loan, comprises of 4 components: 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3 is being implemented currently by NAWEC. It's at the stage of implementation. I think the National Assembly ratified, those 3 components. And some of you may be aware, 3 weeks ago, we laid the foundation stone for the 23, it's not 20, but 23 megawatts solar PV plant grid connected with 8 megawatt hours battery storage facility in Jambul. And, works are actually ongoing, the engineering design and drawings and procurement of the equipment and clearing of the site. All of that is ongoing, and we expect the contractor to complete that work even before the end of the year. The component 2 is the T&D, the transmission and distribution network, for which we have a national control center which is in Brikama, which is going to transform the way that the electricity is transmitted and monitored in the country, because we don't have that, and that is a fiber optic based system to be able to know what is happening on the ground, because we have a lot of erratic, supply on and off, because we don't have a system in country that monitors what happens outside of the power station. So this control center is intended to give you real-time monitoring of what is happening in the transmission and distribution network. And this is going to be transformational. It also has an 18-kilometer, 225 kV, 225,000 volts. That is going to be able to transmit power, connecting it to the OMVG substation, which is in Brikama, all the way to Jaban, so that the country will be able to wheel a lot of power from the sub-region. You see, we are part of the ECOWAS, and the ECOWAS has an energy policy. The ECOWAS has the ECOWAS Electricity Generation and Transmission Master Plan, which was approved by the heads of states in December 2019. And we are part of that. And the objective is to integrate, to have one electricity system in the West African region, so that we can all share. Some of the countries that have more power than we have, because we are mainly fossil fuel. And some of you have alluded to the fact that the cost of fossil fuel is high. That is the way we generate electricity in the country. We don't have hydro. So some of the countries that have hydro, the idea is we'll be able to get electricity all the way from Nigeria to this country within a split of a second, the speed of light. So, and that is what we are doing, and that is what ECOWAS is doing, for which, as a sub-regional organization, OMVG has constructed 1,677 kilometers of transmission line connecting Senegal, Gambia, and Guinea-Bissau, for which today the president has an agreement with the president of Senegal to share 50 megawatts of their power that we do not have. So I think for us as technicians, and for me as the minister, as an engineer, I state the facts. And I try to move away from politics. That's not my stronghold. But the facts of the matter is that right now, NAWEC has an agreement with Senelec, for which they are willingly sharing their own power with the country, that has been able to stabilize the electricity that we are having in the country at a cost that is very competitive. So it is important to know that. So also, between Jaban and Kotu, Kotu tank, if you go by the petrol station around the Kotu, by the Tipagaras, there's a new substation to be able to do what? To be able to ensure that we have stability and quality of service. There are 2 transformers, and we also are replacing 5 of the primary transformers, which are all overloaded as part of the project. And we're also replacing 52 distribution transformers within the Greater BANJUL area. Also, there are 6 33 kV lines which are going to be constructed from Jabang to connect to Kotu to make sure that there is diversity, there is redundancy in the system. All of that is being done. Also, there is the electricity backbone, you know, the backbone phase 1, phase 2, and they're doing phase 3. And all of this is to provide access. If you go right now, phase 1 between Lamin Koto and Pasimasi, almost 46 communities are being provided with electricity to the last mile. Is it enough? No, we are on the course of doing that. Phase 2, there is almost about another 40-something communities which will be provided electricity up to their meter at no cost. Thirdly, we have the ECOWAS Regional Electricity Access Project, which has a radius of about 100 kilometers from the substation in Brikama and Soma to be able to provide access to electricity, for which almost about over 300 and something communities will be provided electricity access at no cost to them. Fourthly, we have the African Development Bank Energy Access Project, which is going to provide electricity, CRR, in some of the parts of the Lower River region and all of that. All of these things are currently ongoing. And so most of it is because of the support that the AIB, EU, and the World Bank is giving to this country. Most of this money, as indicated by the Honorable Member for Nyamina, 138 is more than 139 million. The combined package that is being invested by the World Bank and these people right now is in excess of 200 and something million. And most of it is grant. The ECOWAS Regional Access Project, which is going to give over 200 and something, 300 and something communities, is $66 million grant that is given to the country. We want everything to be a grant. Of course, I don't want a loan. I want a grant. Or everything, if I can get it a grant, or if the government can get it a grant, is better. But the person that you go and ask, if he says that I can give you this much grant, this much loan, and you want to develop your country, you will take. Because you want the development, you don't have the resources. And that's why you go and ask. And then the government will always do what is necessary for to protect the interests of the country. And I think as indicated in my earlier submission, that it is 87.79%, even concessionary, highly, highly concessionary. So the loan, yes, it's a loan, but because of the loan, you have got 24 million euro grant. And including the TA, which now gives you a package of 35 million euro. So for what? To provide electricity to the schools that do not have it, to the communities that do not have it, to the labor wards, and to solve some of these issues. Because we have challenges. We don't have the resources, but we'll continue to work with everybody to make sure that we develop the country. So thank you very much. Let me go to the Honorable Member for Brikama South. I want to clarify that this is not a project for NAWEC. Okay? NAWEC is not responsible for this project, and NAWEC is not going to pay any loan. This is a project. It's considered as a social project, and it is the EIB as part of the electricity roadmap 2020 to 2040 that the development partners came to support the government of the Gambia to develop the electricity sector along that map. And that it is not a NAWEC loan, it is as a condition of the support that the government of the Gambia has to establish a special purpose vehicle. And that is SESCO. And SESCO, it is registered as a private limited liability, but it is owned by the government, 100%. But it's for the purpose of implementing the project. That is what the funders say. You have to establish this thing. You have no option. It's either that is the implementing entity, or in the case of the other component 1, 2, 3, now it has established an implementing project implementation unit. It is not NAWEC that owns the project, it is the government of the Gambia, but they are the implementing entity. So similarly, in this particular case, it is the SESCO which will be the implementing entity, but it is a special purpose vehicle for which some of you asked the board membership, who is Abdullah? Abdullah Jaro is the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Finance. Permanent secretary number 2. He's the chairman of the board, as he is the coordinator of the implementing entity. So we'll get onto that. We recognize, as the minister said, the erratic honorable member, erratic supply of the electricity. But I believe that something is being done. We were somewhere, and believe you me, we are somewhere different from where we were yesterday. Is it perfect? Is it 100%? No. But we are on the fly, we are moving to correct, and because it requires investment, and those investments are ongoing. And I have to add that in the electricity roadmap, there is what is called the least cost development plan. And this is something that has been developed with consultants, with Gambia, with all stakeholders here, the World Bank reviewed, and they came up that some of the things is we have to import power to be able to make sure that the electricity is reasonable, is affordable to a certain extent. We need to have renewable. We need to get power from Senegal. We need to have power from Guinea. The electricity transmission network that is connected that's the OMVG transmission line, which is a project of the OMVG. The Guinean government has given almost about 20 to 30 megawatts of their own power to share with the Gambia through the OMVG network. If that regional integration was not there, we will not be able to get the power from Guinea. So these are the realities on the ground. So, but there is, yes, we are in the process. Cost of meter, yes. Currently the cost of meters to a certain extent is high, but is reflective of the cost that they get. But for most of these projects, access project right now, under the GERMP project, there is over 30,000 meters, which is going to be provided last mile to some of them 30,000 which was provided by the project to ease the cost of the meter, of which almost about 1,000 will be used to provide the last mile for all those access projects. Now, some of you, honorable ministers, following my presence here, honorable members, I reach out to a lot of the members here to try to find out from you the communities that are within your constituencies, to personally get involved and know what is electrified and what is not electrified. And most of you have provided me that information, which is being analyzed by me, not by NAWEC, but by anybody, so that I have a baseline information as to what needs to be done to provide the necessary services to all of you in your communities. Because the government's responsibility is to provide service to each and every Gambian, wherever you may be. And we will continue to do that. And some of it is not necessarily grid connected, because there are pockets that maybe NAWEC's project is not providing, But it is the responsibility of the government to identify them and then see whether we will be able to provide off-grid or solar house systems or mini-grids. And this is what we are trying to collate and develop. Because already, today, the ECOWAS has a project which is called PRODEL, to provide, connection to 200,000 communities within the West African region. So all of these things are going to provide the access. And we are part of that project for the Gambia to benefit. So for the honorable member for Fonyi Councillor, yes, we have the technical assistance which has been recruited by this project, has been working with the Ministry of Health and also the Ministry of Education and also the Ministry of Finance. And they have identified, done a mapping, all these schools that do not have, they have a criteria which they have used to define and identify all the schools and all the health centers that needs to be electrified as part of this project. We will be willing to, and ready, we'll share all of that with you. But it is important to clarify one point. When the first list was prepared and shared with the EIB, we included all the madrasas in this country that needs to be electrified. And the EIB initially refused and said that madrasas cannot be on the grounds that they are political and don't have any religious or political issue because of madrasa, Arabic, the first thing. They said no. But finally, through consultation with the former vice president who was in the energy sector, and having had a lot of experience and legacy knowledge of what has happened before in the energy sector, in the electricity sector, in the education sector, and today he was able to work with the team and the Ministry of Basic to convince EIB that even at the madrasas, they are taught just like in the conventional schools. And now the EIB has accepted. Okay? I'm pleased to say that. Now, for the hospitals, we all know NAWEC classify customers under critical and non-critical. And it's in the process of transforming and changing the meters of all non-critical customers to prepayment meter because they need to be sustainable. If people don't pay their bills, they cannot provide the electricity because the money doesn't fall from the sky. Albeit that the cost is high, yes, per capita cost is high, but that is the source of electricity generation we have. We are trying to diversify. And we believe that when we have the renewable energy that is in Jambur, and there is a 150 megawatts in LRR, which is under development by WAP, we'll be able to have cheaper source of electricity. We are hoping to work with Senegal to use, they have gas right now, and they are trying to use gas to power. We have Ivory Coast. We have initiated discussions with Ivory Coast to see how we can have power from Cote d'Ivoire through a line called CLSG, which is constructed by the World Bank for Guinea, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Cote d'Ivoire, and through the OMVG line to get here. So all of these things is being done. So the mapping is here. We'll provide you with the list of all the health centers and schools that have been identified. It is always a challenge for health centers and schools to pay their electricity bills. So this thing is a tsunami transformation. It's going to transform it because they're not going to pay their bills because this is a social project. Somebody asks, well, who is going to pay? They're not going to, schools are not going to pay. Instead, when they don't use the electricity and there is a NAWEC network comes in here, in the area, they will be able to feed the power that they produce into the NAWEC network. And then what is called feed-in tariff. There is a feed-in tariff existing for which they will be paid by NAWEC for injecting electricity into their network. So all of these things is being done. So NAWEC, as Honorable Member Fofoni asked, NAWEC doesn't have any role other than the fact that they are a member of the board of the SESCO. The managing director of NAWEC is a board member of SESCO. But in terms of implementation, SESCO is a special purpose vehicle in implementing agency, and they will recruit. They will do through international competitive process for the contractor that will do this work, and for the O&M, which is the operation and maintenance guy that will operate and maintain this system. And there is a period of 5 years that the project will provide for these installations to be operated and maintained by and paid for by the project. So the issue of sustainability, we all have a stake. You have oversight functions. The government has an oversight function too. And we will all work together to make sure that what is constructed lasts for the benefit of the population. As the Honorable Speaker said, if the Kawur has a problem, it was not during my time as the minister, the honorable members here, your committees, put them to task and find out why and what can we learn to make sure that we don't repeat such things. Money doesn't go down the drain. So the communities, of course, have a part, because some of these schools are public schools owned by all of us. And it is our children, our parents, some of these schools have boards. And some of these schools have boards. Some of these schools are government schools, which ultimately is us. So there will be proper monitoring. The youths will be involved in the project. So the honorable member for Latrikunda Sabiji, how the Gambia and EIB contracted SESCO. No, SESCO is not contracted by, no, SESCO is the special purpose vehicle which is created to implement this project. And this is a condition for acquiring the money. The person that is giving you money says that you have to establish things to get the money. So you establish it and get the money. So it is not as if that they are contracted. And SESCO is ours. Of course, the honorable member for Kiang West, local content is very important. And in any tender, as a standard, there's always the local content as a criteria to evaluate a proposal. And that we have not got to that stage yet. We are in the process to getting to the stage to do the procurement. We have not reached the procurement, but of course, the procurement will take note of the local content in the procurement to make sure that Gambians participate in the implementation of the project. Of course, the bidding process will be very transparent because, you see, these banks have their rules, procurement rules. EIB has the procurement rules, and they're the ones helping you. So you have to follow their procurement rules, and it's a transparent process. And most of these things, which you already know, is that even when you procure, you do an evaluation, you have to send it to them for no objection before you move to the next stage. It's a competitive bidding process, and it cannot be manipulated. In my opinion. So we will encourage that. We will ensure the project is sustainable, as I said, in terms of the O&M. We'll give you, as you requested, the names of the schools, and it's very diverse. For example, you will see in the major teaching hospitals, the general hospitals, or district hospitals, West Coast, North Bank, Lower River, etc., Minor Health Center, North Bank, West Coast, Central River, URR, everything is here. Community clinics, everything is here. And because it's the Ministry of Health who has identified these things, and the Ministry of spanning from the Canifing all the way to URR. Everything is here in the list here, including the madrasas. So we will, it's inclusive, and we'll make sure that, so in terms of the ratification, submission of the instruments of ratification that you requested, what I can say is this. The loan agreement was signed, but then there was a delay on the side of EIB for the signing of the grant. So, and then the two is what is needed to move the project. And that is why you have, in the package that we have sent you, we have the amendments. It's not the amendment agreement. It's not something that we're asking you to. We're just showing you that the loan agreement, there is a first amendment, there's a second amendment, and there's a third amendment to the loan to extend the timeline. That was the purpose of giving you this information. But it's not something that we for you to do. It's just to show you what are the timelines that have happened. And the grant agreement was signed in August, and then the third loan financing agreement was actually approved on the 28th of December last year, and hence the reason why we presented all the two documents for ratification. So, Honorable Member for Nyanija, NAWEC's role, they are not implementing the project. The special purpose vehicle is implementing the project, but NAWEC, is a board member. The managing director is a board member of the special purpose vehicle. But wherever there is need for the special purpose vehicle to solicit and get expertise, knowledge from NAWEC or any other entity, they will do that. So in terms of the supply, this is, as I said, specific to a school, and then where there is a network, there will be a connection to the NAWEC grid and relieve the schools and the health center from paying their bills, because the system will be maintained. They don't have to pay for the electricity that is generated because it's social. And so the Lower Salum said that wants to know about the content of the loan. The loan agreement has been provided. It's detailed enough.
Is it okay?
It's on? Okay. Thank you. So, as I said, the honorable member for Lower Salem, the loan agreement has all the content, but I think somebody raised one of the members raised the issue of the schedule for the repayment. I was informed that the EIB do not include it in the financing agreement, but the Ministry of Finance will be happy to provide you a copy of the repayment schedule, which is an annex to the team will provide it to you. So the plant in Kaur, I think that I've been informed because I visited last year now facilities in the provinces, and I visited that facility, and I was told that it was decommissioned. I mean, I cannot recollect properly, very well, what was the reason for the decommissioning. Whether it was an issue of material defect or construction defect, but I will, being the Minister of Energy and stepping in for the Honorable Minister of Finance, I will find out and send you a written explanation as to what actually happened, and which you can now use with your committee to further investigate. So in terms of the repayment of the paying the loans, and when the project pays, as I explained, this is the government who is taking the 8 million loan as a social project to be able to access the 24 million. Because 8 into 24 is 3 times, 300%. So for which we want to electrify all our schools and our health centers. We don't have the money. I can help you, but I will give you a loan and a grant. And I think any put in the position for the development of the country, I think this is a win-win. And also, if you don't take it, they don't give it to you. And you don't have the money to do it on your own. So I think that it is wiser to take, and given that the finance people, the Ministry of Finance, the experts have done an assessment vis-a-vis the guidelines that the IMF has given and the concessionality of the two added together, I think it's a good deal for the country. The Honorable Member for Nyanija Dankunku, I think he talked about and explained the project components, which is here, and I have explained 1, 2, 3, the component 1, 2, 3, and I agree with him for the effective and efficient implementation of the loan. Now, no electricity in his constituency. I believe it's on the way coming. I can assure you that. All right. But I don't think I have received your submission. So I would like to have the list of communities in your constituency. I sent a WhatsApp message to you. I would like to have that so that we can help each other to move things. As I explained earlier, there is a lot of ongoing projects which I gave a brief background earlier on. So as I explained, also the amendment, the purpose of putting it in the package for the payment schedule, we will provide it to you. Honorable Member for Sami. We know, I think I've already had several engagements with you, and we will do everything that is possible, at the level of the ministry to fulfill the goal of universal access. Is it today? Is it tomorrow? Is it after tomorrow? We will do it, and we will come up with the necessary plans. Some of the areas is being covered by ongoing projects. Where there is a gap, we will find how to fulfill it. But this project is not specifically meant for those communities. Maybe if it is a school or a health facility within those communities, then they will be provided electricity by these by the project. And the loan will be used, I can assure you, as expected. Because we cannot use the loan and divert it into something else. Because if the loan is for the construction of solar PV for school, and then you go and submit invoices, because most of these things are what is called direct disbursement. The money never comes to you. The money is with EIB. There is a technical assistant who is going to certify the invoices that the contractor will submit. And it will be given to Ministry of Finance to make the disbursement requests. And those disbursement requests will be based on the certified invoice by the consultant. So therefore, when it goes, they will act on it. If you try to short-circuit that and bring something that is not in line with that, it's not going to pass. So I can assure you that the loan will be used as expected. Honorable Member for Jara Central, the 21 communities that you spoke about, I cannot here remember all of them, but this project is not for those communities. But I will give you update, because I am also in contact with you to get the information which I will analyze and then relay back to you. The member for Tallinn, if the 8 million euro is a precondition for the grant, as I said earlier, we want to electrify these schools and these health centers. This is our project. So you go to the EIB and they tell you that, okay, we will help you, but 8 million will be loan. 24 million is a grant. It's not something that you decide. They want to help you and they give you the money. Whether it's a precondition or so, no, it's a package. And the package is that they determine how they're going to help you. And I believe that if we had the resources, we'll do it ourselves and not go and ask for support. The O&M, as I said, the operation and maintenance will be paid for by the project. As I explained earlier on, that these costs includes the maintenance of the system, routine inspections, and others. Honorable Member for Joshua, component 1 and 3 being implemented. Yes, as I said earlier, these are projects that are part of the EIB financing package, but it's implemented by NAWEC. And I can tell you that the National Control Center is almost 90-something% completed. The Jabang substation is almost 80-something% completed. The Kotu substation is also almost about over 90% completed. They are constructing, if you go to Kotu Kololi today on the highway, you will see poles being erected. That is the 33 kV lines which is connecting onto the line going to Brikama to create a lot of redundancy. We have some challenge between Brikama and Jabang relating to the 225,000 volts right of way. The government declared the area as a right of way for this project for the benefit of all of us. And most of the people that are affected by the project have been compensated by the government through NAWEC. But recently we have about 5 of them that have come and asking for ridiculous, unsustainable amounts of money for compensation for land that they don't own. One of the guys is asking for $113 million for 60 meters by, he says he owns 60 meters by 2 kilometers. That is by the bamboo forest there. And this guy was allegedly got some magistrate court possession ruling against the right of way has been declared in accordance with the Land Acquisition and Compensation Act of 1991 for the public good for the country. So we are grappling with some of these things, but if you go there today, you will see the 40-meter high pylons being erected. And this is the first time we are having that kind of pylons in the country to be able to transmit enough power into the growth centers. So the loan has some grant. Of course, there's a grant element. There's a two is a loan and a grant, and they are complementing to implement the project. Who is taking ownership of the project? The project is ours, is the country's project, and the implementing entity is the SPV company, which is SESCO, and the board is chaired by the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Finance. And the board members comprise of the Managing Director of NAWEC, Health, Permanent Secretary, and I think Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education as beneficiaries. We will look at, of course, the O&M, the operation and maintenance of the facility once it is constructed. There will be a company that will be identified to do that, as I said, because the funds are provided here for it. Janjambure, component 1, the achievements that have been registered, we have just laid the foundation stone for the 23 megawatts, not 20, because it has been augmented, and work is very, very advanced, engineering-wise, design-wise. The site has been cleared. There was some delay in terms of compensation, but that was resolved. And we had recently what the president said, we want development, and then sometimes we create some of the problems ourselves and don't give the land. So the same thing, component 2, challenges. These are the challenges that I alluded to. It's mainly environment and social issues, specific to compensation. Even in the backbone phase 1 in the rural, in Lamin Koto Pasimasi, and backbone phase 2, which covers part of URR and URR, people have been compensated, and this compensation is not, people always say NAWEC, NAWEC. No, NAWEC is not owned by the managing director or the board. It's owned by the government. So everything that even the money that they compensated was given by the government. The government, for this project, gave NAWEC $131 million to compensate the people that were affected by the project to have access right of way, so that the project, because it's for the benefit of everybody. It's not for me, it's for all of us as Gambians. So the issue of, whether they were going to be paying or going to be given to them free, as I said, it's a social project. And then the loan is the government that has contracted it in order to be able to get 24 million for the project. And also remember the TA, which is a 3 million, is also a grant. So coupled with all the other grants that have been given under component 1, 2, and 3, all for the benefit of us. Because of what? Because there was a transformation that took place in 2017. So the project awarded. No, the project, we are still at the preparatory stage. The project is not awarded. There is no project awarded yet. After ratification, as you know, the instruments of ratification will be sent, and then the loan become effective. Then you go through the steps, to prepare your tender documents, etc., etc. And actually, the consultant, the TA, is in the process of developing the necessary documents so that when things start, it just kicks off. So SESCO is not a foreign company. It's us. We own it. We just created, because EIB says you have to create a special purpose vehicle to manage this project. And that is why SESCO was established. And SESCO, the board, are all Gambian, owned wholly and solely by the government of the Gambia, but is private liability. So the disbursement profile of this project, apart from the TA who has been working, the other disbursements has not taken place yet. The implementation schedule we will provide. So the readiness of the implementation in part has started, because the TA has been working with to identify these schools, and the TA was competitively recruited through competitive bidding process by EIB, but that is Azoron. And they're the service contractor for NAWEC. That's the consultant. Because there is NAWEC, under the World Bank support to NAWEC, there is this reform that is taking place, and this experienced contractor was recruited through competitive bidding to support NAWEC in the reform process. So it's Azarom, who is also recruited by EIB to do the technical assistance support for this project. So the list will provide, obviously when we get to the stage of the implementation, the project, the works itself, will provide you, as you request, with all the materials that will be used for the project. So sometimes, as you said, you spoke to some NAWEC people. Sometimes people talk what they do not know. I cannot deny or substantiate what NAWEC guy said, but I believe, as the speaker said, when your committees zoom in to know exactly what has happened with Kaur, the facts will be more evident. Member for Sani Mentoring, Honorable Member for Sani Mentoring, of course, women will be involved, because women are going to benefit enormously. As you said, when sometimes some of the unfortunate incidences that happen, and some of our women have to travel long distance under very stressing conditions to deliver, and life lost in the delivery rooms in the country. So this will benefit women a lot. In terms of the implementation, I think in line with government's gender policy, we will ensure that women are implicated in the implementation of the project, not just as beneficiaries of the project. So you take note of that. So, so in the hospital, instead of course, as I said earlier, even with NAWEC, in critical installation, critical customers like hospitals and clinics, they are not installed with cash power. And those bills are paid by the Ministry of Finance. That is the conventional. So when the solar comes in there will not be any meter. But there will be a meter in the event that the hospital gives power to NAWEC, so that NAWEC pays them for the power that they give when they're not using the excess electricity. So this is something that would...
Honorable Minister, can you try to summarize?
Yes, thank you. The Honorable nominated member, Lang, yes, there is... pardon? The Honorable nominated member, Lang, I think, yes, SESCO has absorptive capacity. They are just an oversight implementing entity. There will be technical staff to support them, just like Mr. Gay. The TA progress has been with respect to all this work that he's done and some of the preparatory documents that the payment schedule will be provided. Yes, we will ensure that the delivery moves. The Honorable Member for Brikama North, the restoration, these are investment in the sector. Yes, the electricity we will continue to do, and we will continue to try to import power from other parts of the region to increase our energy efficiency. We'll give you the names of the board. Why is NAWEC not implementing? It's SESCO, SPV that the financiers say you have to establish. So NAWEC cannot be, but the board, the MD is part of NAWEC. So the ONM is part of my presentation, which I made earlier. The facilities across the country will provide. And I noted, you know, we leave the political exposition for the politicians to deal with. And also, Honorable Member Sabah Sanya, the madrasas are there, the control mechanisms we will put in place. The issue was we are in a liberal society. If civil servants believe that they can provide better services to the project to make it work, so I don't see why there should be any control or restriction. That's my view. So an input, of course, and then we will give you regular report if you so wish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I am sure we can all attest to the fact that he has responded and clarified our doubts on almost all issues and has ably represented the Honorable Minister of Finance. He has also proven that he is on top of issues as regards his ministry. Honorable Minister, we thank you very much. And honorable members, in his speech, in the Honorable Minister's speech, he has invited the National Assembly in helping the implementation of this project by providing oversight. A lot of requests have been made for information, and I think the relevant committees of the National Assembly should, following the ratification of this document, try to get as much information as are required by members of the National Assembly for them to be effective in their oversight. And I think he has, so many people have also asked about SESCO, which we are told is a requirement of the project that it has to be created, and that it is completely owned by government, meaning it's a 90 to 10% share ratio. Finance owns 90 out of 100, and the energy 10, all government. But it's put up as a requirement by the project. And as the minister said, you are to build something, it costs you 100. And somebody comes to tell you, put in 25 and I will give you 75, free. I think that's all what it means in this game. So, honorable members, you've been very forthright in finding out all what you need to know. And that's key. Before certifying something, we find out. Honorable member for Lower Salum, he asked a question, I never heard the answer. That this is in dollars, 8 million euros rather. The exchange rate now may be $65, for instance. At the time of payment, the loan component is only in euros. You are only paying euros. At the time of payment, if it goes to $10 to a euro, we take it at that. We're going to pay only 8 million euros. Unfortunately, if it goes to $100 to a euro, we still pay 8 million euros. So the exchange rate does not affect the amount. Honorable members, let me put the question now. Be resolved that this Honorable Assembly do ratify the financing agreement between the government of the Republic of the Gambia and the European Investment Bank on the Electricity Restoration and Modernization Project, also called Gambia Renewable Energy Project, finance contract for component 4 of the Renewable Energy Project, amounting to 8 million euros. And the financing agreement between the government of the Republic of the Gambia, the Sustainable Energy Services Company, SESCO, and the European Investment Bank on the Gambia Electricity Restoration and Modernization Project, also called Gambia Renewable Energy Project, the investment grant for the component 4 of the Gambia Renewable Energy Project, amounting to 24 million euros. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Congratulations. Clerk, can we proceed to the next?
Motion. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do consider and ratify the financial agreement between the Government of the Gambia and the Islamic Development Bank on the Regional Soil Fertility Mapping Project, amounting to $1 million United States by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs.
Honorable members, I now invite the Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and good afternoon to you and the honorable members of the National Assembly. The National Assembly is invited to ratify the loan agreement between the Republic of the Gambia and the Islamic Development Bank in its own capacity and as administrator of the Islamic Solidarity Fund for Development for the Soil Fertility Mapping Project in the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, I rise to invite this August Assembly to ratify the following agreement with the Islamic Development Bank under its own resources and the resources of the Islamic Solidarity Fund for Development for the financing of the Soil Fertility Mapping Project for the Gambia under the Regional Soil Fertility Program for West Africa. Honorable Speaker, the Soil Fertility Mapping Project stems from the ISDB Regional Soil Fertility Program for the West African countries such as the Guinea, Mali, Nigeria, Senegal, Sierra Leone, and the Gambia. And it aims at alleviating constraints that prevent agricultural intensification in the Gambia. The project is an agricultural development initiative with a goal of addressing the needs for integrated soil fertility management program in the Gambia and develop balanced and evidence-based fertilizer recommendation for particular crop under specific soil and agroclimatic conditions. The project overall aims to achieve long-term increase in crop yields, nutritional quality, and increase return on fertilizer investment, addressing the NDP's strategic priority 3 of modernizing our agriculture and fisheries for sustained economic growth, food and nutritional security, and poverty reduction, to increase production of basic agricultural commodities, crops and livestock, for enhanced food and nutrition security. Honorable Speaker, to help the government of the Gambia achieve its stated development plan, the Islamic Development Bank agrees to fund 75% of the total project activities costing approximately $1 million, with ID 370,000, that is equivalent to 500,000 being funds from the Islamic Development Bank resources, and the remaining 500,000 from the Islamic Solidarity Fund for Development Resources. The total cost of the project is $1.340 million, of which, as I said earlier, 75% is covered by the ISDB loan, and the remaining 25% is to be financed by the government of the Gambia. The project shall be executed over a period of 3 years from the date of the first disbursement. For the ISDB loan, the amount is approximately $500,000. The service fee is about 12,000 ID, 12,102.81. The grace period is 7 years, and the tenure is 25 years. The ISFD loan, the amount is 500,000. The service fee is 16,665.21. The grace period is 10 years, and the tenure is 30 years. The project will be implemented in selected regions based on strategic site selection for sustainable impact. The targeted areas expected to be important breadbaskets of the Gambia. The project objectives are mapping soil in major agricultural targeted areas, develop fertilizer and soil fertility management recommendation for farmers, the fertilizer industry and other stakeholders, strengthen the capacity of the national agricultural institutions to conduct sound soil fertility diagnosis and fertilizer recommendations, and sensitize stakeholders, especially the fertilizer industry and farmer associations, on the importance of increasing access to and the use of appropriate fertilizer and associated good agronomic practice. Honorable Speaker, the project will be executed under components A to F. Component A will focus on the mapping of key soil properties, yield potential, nutrition, and soil constraints. Component B will enable soil sampling and analysis with a focus on co-developing a geographically balanced sampling approach to representative locations that are easily and safely accessible by national field sampling teams. Component C will consist of fertilizer, randomized control crop response trial, which aim to complement the soil testing and analysis by running trials on priority crops. Component D will entail capacity building and training. Component E and F will focus on project management related issues, including the day-to-day operations, project management, implementation, and audit. Honorable Speaker, the loan financing from both the Islamic Development Bank and the ISFD resources are concessional, with IMF grant element of 37.33% and 36.78% respectively, exceeding the IMF threshold of 35%. This implies that the ISDB loans are relatively inexpensive and will not have a large impact on the debt stock. However, the government of the Gambia will cover 25% of the total cost for the implementation of component A, B, and F of the project. This will be equivalent to $340,000 US. Honorable Speaker, the soil fertility mapping project went through a series of consultations, stakeholder consultation, both at the regional and national level. The consultations included stakeholders from the Ministry of Agriculture, acting as the executing agency, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs as the authorized representative, the International Council for Research in Agroforestry as the regional project coordinator, and the National Agricultural Research Institution, NARI. Honorable Speaker, the National Assembly is hereby invited to humbly ratify and approve the above loan agreement for the financing and effectiveness of the soil fertility mapping project for the Gambia. In light of the above, I respectfully submit to this Honorable House the above mentioned agreement for consideration and ratification. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, any seconder? Honorable member for Opanyumi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the financial agreement between the Government of the Gambia and the Islamic Development Bank on the regional soil fertility mapping project amounting to $1 million US. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, anybody who wants to take the floor may now do so. Beginning with, no one wants to contribute? Honorable member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I believe this motion, the members of Agricultural Committee should take the lead in ensuring that we have the motion considered. The loss of soil nutrition in agricultural sector is a great cause of concern, and try to map the soil fertility in order to enhance the nutrition of the soil, to promote or increase the productive sector in agriculture cannot come at a better time than now, as we are currently facing scarcity of availability of fertilizer to the farmers, especially in the rural community in the recent years. Honorable Minister, therefore, for the ministry to come together with the regional, sub-regional bodies, I believe is a move, that's a welcome move, and we hope so when the loan is approved, it is going to be judiciously implemented. We are raising eyebrows just similarly as we did to the previous grant and loan pertaining to the issue of implementation. The role of the stakeholders as well as the role of the National Assembly. Both sides, we should guide our role and ensure the effective implementation of the projects. Having said so, as I raise my concern on the issue of fertilizer availability to rural farmers, equally, I welcome this gesture for this mapping on the soil fertility to enhance the soil nutrient and above all, the productive sector in agriculture, especially the crop production. On that note, I add my voice to welcome and then to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader. Honorable members, I was a little bit concerned that we had reached a stage where we had less than a quarter of the members in the chambers, until we had to go and call some people outside. In that circumstance, I want to recognize and thank the following members who made it possible for us not. I was going to call off the meeting, but because of you people, I will call your names. The Honorable Member for Brikama North, Honorable Member for Combo South, Honorable Member for Same, Honorable Member for Brikama South, Honorable Member for Sani Mentoring, nominated Member Keba Lamfofana, Nyamina Dankunku, Geswang, Busumbala, Basse, Opanyomi, Nyamina West, Ilyasa, and Gara West. I want to put it on record that you prevented assembly from being winded. I was going to call it off until we are able to get the necessary quorum for us to proceed. So I had appealed to honorable members that we must look around before we go out. Allow others to come back before you go out. Otherwise, we will be forced to close business, because we must go by our own standing orders. We have those records. We will keep the records. I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Let me also thank the Minister of Energy for ably representing the Minister of Finance for tabling another important.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Observation.
You are giving a wrong list. No.
It's exactly because my name was not also called, Honorable Speaker.
Observation, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, now give the floor to the Minority Leader.
But you are giving a wrong list.
Honorable Member, please read your standing orders. You don't challenge some of these things. It becomes irresponsible. Please. Okay, Minority.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, thank you for that observation. Equally, I just want to observe that Honorable Member for Chiang Ways and Honorable Member for Latikunda Sabiji were in the chambers and that maybe you have not noticed their presence.
It's the staff that had table office wrote the names. At the time, I instructed them to write the names, and I asked the table office people to go outside and get other honorable members to come in. At the time, these were the only people. Honorable members, honorable members, yeah, since our write-up, I think we have only one added, but we can continue. I think we have met the requirement. I now call on the honorable member for, is it Nyamina Dankunku?
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, let me thank the Minister of Energy for ably representing the Minister of Finance for tabling another important motion. Being that the motion he just laid deal with agriculture. We all understand how important agriculture is to our beloved country. Honorable Speaker, what we are giving in front of us is a loan agreement of $1 million, $1 million to support some component in the agricultural sector. Honorable Speaker, for me, when I looked at this amount, I calculate or I think whether the Ministry of Agriculture is serious when it comes to developing agriculture in this country. Because a word of $1 million, that is $60 million. $60 million. A nation agriculture. If we have to go outside just to look for $60 million to fund or develop our agriculture sector, that means that there is a problem at the Ministry of Agriculture. Because for me, I believe $60 million can be incorporated in our budget. I could vividly remember, was it in 2018? We give 100 million to the Ministry of Agriculture, and it was added on the floor of the House here. And that is about $2 million by then. Because then I know however the rate might be, it was around 50 per US dollar. So if the Assembly can give the Ministry of Agriculture $100 million, that was equivalent in 2018, $2 million. I wonder why the Ministry of Agriculture is looking for a loan for only $1 million, or for a sovereign nation like the Gambia. I just imagine if I should go to the bank, I tell them I need a loan of $10. How would the bank rate me? I think the Ministry of Agriculture, honorable members, is one of the ministries that acquire a lot of loan, a lot of grant when it comes to agriculture. But whether it is reflecting to the people, that's a big question. I think the Ministry of Agriculture should take that ministry very serious. Because without agriculture, this country is doomed. When it comes to employment, when it comes to everything. So, going for for a loan of $1 million, for me, I believe, is almost a mockery to the Assembly. If we can give you $2 million, and you bring a loan of $1 million for us to approve it, for me, I believe it's mockery. And then, even recently, the chair was advocating for an additional $40 million in the just concluded budget. And then I think it was given out. Then, why are we going just for the sake of taking loan? If you know that you can you can get it, why do you go and get loan just to add another extra burden on our debt burden in this country? So for me, I just looked at it for the sake of maybe it is you don't pay an interest on the loan. All what you pay is service fee. And then, Honorable Speaker, we have to look at the loan because it is fully detailed. It is fully detailed. If you go to page 13 of 26, Honorable Speaker, look at the expenditures on that sheet. It reads support to project coordination and management. Direct $90,000. Vehicle for PIU, special account, $84,200. If you convert it today with 60, it's $5,032,000 for one vehicle. That's for one vehicle. And you go to the said operation for PIU. No, fuel and lubricants, special account, $20,000. Operation PIU, special account, $30,000. Minister of Agri, oversight and monitoring. Then under it, CP procurement officer, allowance, $7,200. National launching, $4,000. Almost $232,200 is just paid only on allowances and other things. That means the 25%, because we are informed government is spending 25% of it. That means that 25% what government is spending, all is spent on allowances. And we know how critical the issue of agriculture in this country. I think we need to look at this loan critically before we make a decision. Then, okay, you look at the, sure, just a minute. Sorry, Honorable Speaker, let me just try to find out these pages. Okay. If you look at page 17, the second paragraph, it reads, ISDB will conduct a startup workshop to familiarize the PIU staff and EA with a bank procurement, financial management, and disbursement guideline, and agree on the implementation schedule and hence smooth implementation. This institution have been working with the Ministry of Agriculture several times. We have been approving loans with regard of the Ministry of Agriculture. They are very often on how these banks implement. But you see, they have to see, okay, they will be doing workshops, so on and so forth. Okay, you go to the consultancy service that is on page 18 of 26. Consultancy, the procurement of consultancy shall be undertaken through a single source. Here now the single source, I mark single source. Why single source? I think I need an explanation on why single sourcing. Then on the last paragraph too, on the paragraph after that one, it said recruitment and audit firm, component E, will be done through least cost selection method based on local sub-listing, something like that. I need another an explanation on this one too. Then, Honorable Speaker, I will go back at the front of the page. That is page 2 of 26, where it reads general condition, that Article 1. He said, general condition, this agreement is subjected to the 2020 edition of the ISBD general condition applicable to loan financing, general condition, in bracket, open and close. The general condition constitutes as an integral part of this agreement. So I think, Honorable Minister, you need to furnish us what are these general conditions, because it is emphasized almost in all the clauses that this general condition must be met. And then we are not furnished with that general condition. Honorable Speaker, I think, as I mentioned earlier on, the Ministry of Agriculture should take agriculture very seriously. For me, bringing us this $1 million to approve for the Ministry of Agriculture, while you can get it from your own coffer, is a mockery. And then if you look at some of the component of the inside, some of the details in the contract, it seems that they are just designing the contract for themselves. So at the end of the day, we will approve it and give it to them as usual. We have seen at the Ministry of Agriculture, we have so many justifications that when it comes to project implementation, they are the weakest ministry. As we are speaking, NEMA have phased out, leaving 17 gardens that were supposed to be completed in their project. But until now, those 17 gardens are lingering there. They are dilapidating. The contract has phased out. And if you looked at this contract, they say the duration, the duration for implementation is 3 years. And agriculture have a lot of contract, a lot of projects that they are implementing. My worry is whether, if they are giving this token amount, because this is too small, whether they will do it as expected. Because they are fond of failing agriculture. They are fond of failing. I can even remember the then president said the amount of money he invested in agriculture did not reflect in agriculture. And then the same thing also, the same thing in this how to call in this present government. There is a lot of funds given to agriculture, but agriculture never produce anything. Once you give them the money, look at it. If you look at this this contract, the first priority is people. $5 million to people, and the contract duration is only 3 years. I think we need to prioritize issues when it comes to agriculture. Left to me alone, we could have actually looked at this loan properly, and then we form a decision. If not, it's going to be a failure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku. I think you are pushing the ball all the way into our court. You know, when we talk about failures in ministries, we are talking about our own failures. Because we are charged to find out and then take them to task. So let the committees, relevant committees, please ensure that these failures come to an end. Or they find out and report to the plenary. That's critical. I now invite the Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. In fact, all what I wanted to say is like Honorable Member for Nyamina West has already stepped into. Dangong is all the same. Okay, for me, I will advise the
members to refer this agreement or this to Agri Committee so that we sit over it and do the needful. We don't need to rush this. We are not working under pressure. So therefore, let's not just rush this because there are a lot of problems I spotted in this agreement. Now, where you mentioned page 18 of 26, the consultancy services, the procurement of consultancy shall be undertaken through single source selection. I agree. But where you mention ICRAF will be engaged as a delegated implementation agency. I don't know whether this is a government body. I'm not aware of whether, maybe I don't understand the acronym, but I'm not aware of any government institution called the ICRF. To further reinforce my confusion, where you went further to say NARI and SWME will be contracted through single sourcing with submission of full technical.
Honorable member, which page are you?
18 of 26.
18 of 20.
Yes, the second paragraph. Consultancy services. So we need to be very clear. I think the committee, if for us to do our oversight effectively on this project, we need to be very, very clear with all of this. We also go to page 20 of 26, where you mention the PIU, support experts on the component E, shall be selected from the staff of the CPCU following single source selection method in accordance with IDB guidelines for procurement of consultancy service. What I am seeing, if the National Assembly is not mindful, we are not minded, we are going to enable fraud. We are going to enable fraud as far as this particular project is concerned. So I will advise the National Assembly for us to commit this agreement to the Agri-Select Committee and give us a few weeks to go over this thoroughly so that we can advise the plenary very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabeji. I now invite the Honorable Member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Energy, for holding brief for Honorable Minister of Finance. Honorable Speaker, looking at the motion before this Honorable House here, it definitely surprised me to read that $1 million is been before us as National Assembly members to consider for a loan in this soil mapping. The intended purpose is very important and is very crucial, as it will definitely increase or show us our nutrition content of the soil, also guide us in terms of increasing our productivity, which crop is suited for which area. But the amount of money that the ministry or the motion contains, it is definitely a sign, it is definitely showing that we are not ready for the prime time. That, you know, the ministry is definitely not taking their ministry so seriously. We can generate our local income to cater for this project while taking a loan. And let us be mindful, we are just taking these loans and these loans. And these loans are accumulating. We are taking it presently because we are in power. But let us know that we will one day leave this house and our generation will come and pay these loans. Let us not indebt them. Let us try and generate income within to cater some of these things. You don't need to take loan to do the soil mapping. Besides, we have a lot of professors, we have a lot of doctorates within this sector, within the agri sector, who can undertake this. And we generate our local income and finance them. But to me, I am definitely not in support of this loan, for it to be taken for the purpose of what it has been intended within on the motion. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Busumbala. Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, I think most of the work is being done by the Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankungu. And he has said it well, that we could have asked Mohamed Jah to give us $1 million. Or maybe the manager, the CEO of Yona Forex Bureau or any of the national personal institutions to give us $1 million, and we go in for this project, and it will be and it can do something for us than increasing our debt burden. But aside that, I want to look at the capacity building component of it. On the capacity building, I think when it comes to capacity, to check the soil facility, and as far as need assessment is concerned, I think NARI should be well equipped, because what it is trying to tell us here, they are not sending anybody for PhD program. It is telling us here, they will send national, there will be enrollment for exceptional national collaborators into 2 years master's program, relevant to the longer term and national capacity in soil testing. If NARI is not still well equipped to do this service for us, to carry out necessity as far as soil testing is concerned, until we are sending people to go for master's program, not into PhD programs, but master's program. That's what we are sending people to go for soil testing. This is really revealing to tell us that NARI is not well equipped. NARI is not well equipped. My senior honorable has talked about the NEMA project. NEMA project is definitely a hand sum of money which has gone into agriculture. You talk about FASDEP. FASDEP has also come in, which is also another agricultural project. But after the project phase out, fondly without number, we have said here, when the project is coming, the project, the entire or the 1/4 of the money is spent on vehicles, brand new DT motorcycles, which worth a huge amount of money, fuel and lubricants, and other incentives. So I think this $1 million US loan is not necessary for now. We are just from a budget season. You know, when we look at the budgets and each of the various committees makes various savings, and from Committee of All House, we made a saving of more than 200 million. If I'm right, of more than 200 million, we made a saving. If this was definitely a necessity at that point in time, 60 million would have from that savings to go into this project. So why are we going back immediately, few months after budget session? We are taking in 60 million Gambian dollars. For what? We are increasing debt burden for ourselves. When it comes to project management, component E, which says supposed to project management and coordination, this component will focus on overall program management related issues, including the day-to-day operation and project implementation. Wait, do we need to spend fund on this? Do we need to spend fund? I think we already have expertise who are there readily made for the projects to come, and they take the job as their daily operations in office. Not as a separate project comes in, you need a special incentive for that. The way issues are designed in Gambia sometimes is terrible. People will be in office, design for certain works, but projects will come, they will require special incentives and allowances for them to implement that project. I think when you are in the office, a special project comes in for that department, there shouldn't be any other incentive for that. You are there already meant for that. Once the country is designed in this dimension, otherwise we will import and increase our debt burdens, and we will never realize them. So this is my case, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang West, Honorable Member for Sani Mentereng.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I'll equally thank the Honorable Minister for laying this loan as well. But then I think this is directly an opposite way. The one that he laid personally for his ministry, I think that's an excellent one, and definitely that one is even overdue. But this one, I think the Honorable Member for Nyamen has cleared everything. I, Honorable Fatou Cham, will not be part of those who will rectify this loan. I don't think this is necessary, because I remember when we went down the committee of the Bureau of Committees, at least to build consensus of how to distribute the money that was deducted from the budget lines. I vividly remember how the chair of the Agri Committee was trying to give a huge amount to the Minister of Agriculture, and there we did. So I don't think this is necessary, and I think we should not be wasting our time on this loan to be ratified. I think we should conclude here right now. Thank you very much, and refer it to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sani Mentereng. Honorable members, let's remind ourselves that this loan component is for a specific purpose. Soil fertility mapping project for the Gambia under the Regional Soil Fertility Program for West Africa. It's a project.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Who am I putting to point of order?
Yourself. It seems you are descending into the debate.
You see, please sit down. You see, Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabeji, I, as Speaker, must regulate and ensure that things are clear and done rightly. You must bear that in mind. It's not to see you do something that is not clear, that let me just keep quiet. Please. And how can you point of order? How can you put a point of order for me? Honorable Member, what I want you to understand is it's a specific project. If it is not understood, let's understand it that way. Please. The next one is I will now call on the Honorable Member for Opanyumi. He's out. Am I right? Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Thank you, Honorable Member who spoke before me. And Honorable Speaker, the 5th legislature, I was part of Agri Committee. And this also, I'm also a member of Agri Committee. Honorable Speaker, what the member for Dankungu have said, and the chairman of the agriculture, that is Opanyomi, can be bear witness. The 100 million that we give the Ministry of Agriculture in 2019, the answer, whenever we go around to regional offices, the answer is we don't know. And what the member calculate is over $2 million in that time. And Honorable Speaker, let's be very frank. on this issue. This loan, we have to pay it. What he said, most of the monies will go on their allowances and their other things. We have 9 projects in agriculture recently now, but none of them or none of these managers or directors can stood here and said, we have successful do our project right. Just recently, the root projects, that's $80 million project with loans, it failed. And I said it here. Honorable Speaker, agriculture today, this Russia and Ukraine war that, how to call it, the technocrats always try to tell us here, we have to invest on agriculture, seriously. But we have doctors there, PhD holders there. But go and see, all of them today, they build, how to call it, story buildings. This loan, if we agree on this loan, meaning that we are going to help them to reach themselves. Because now they said Nari is already, soon we will have Nari clubs. Because even to pay their civil servant, they cannot do it. You can bear me witness, the chairman. Why this loan? If they are serious and they know they will bring this into parliament. During budget session, we have interface with them. Why this loan? Which in 2019 we give them 100 million. And that 100 million was not it was not implemented rightly. Why this the same loans again? I know they design, and they are very good in design projects. They just know how to eat these monies. They are very good in design project. What for? I make my fund just last assistant, but none of these agriculture extension workers come to my farm. And I have bumper harvest. I have over 134 donkeys. None of them come to my farm and to know what I am doing there. Go to maize. I have 100 bags of maize. And I packed it for 70 kilos for each bag. Honorable Speaker, they are all jokers. Sorry to say this. Sorry to say it.
Honorable member, please, as we say, we are dealing with people.
No, sorry to say it, Honorable.
Please.
Sorry to say it.
Please.
But the reason why I say so, Honorable Speaker, they just designed project for us. Where they're going to tap. And in fact, the most funny is if we ratify this, you will see most of them leave their job and go for this and buy for this one, just to get the allowances. Yes, second man, Honorable Speaker. If we are ready to invest on agriculture, we will go to sponsor agriculture or our own monies. How many roads that we are building here? They are all local funds. It's more of this loan, Honorable Speaker. We are not ready to build this nation. If we are ready to build this nation, this 1 million will not be a problem. As it honorable member for Dankung said, I'm not going to, if I told you I'm going to vote, I'm not going to vote for this one. Even they take my name to other players, I don't mind. You understand? No, but we have to say the truth. That's the truth. Honorable. And again, you allow us, Honorable Speaker, to speak on our mind, to scrutinize these documents. We know that you are a presiding officer. But sometimes you also stop us if you want to speak the truth. You allow to speak you through. What is in our us? Then from there you can take over.
Honorable member, that's a misstatement.
No.
Honorable member, sit down.
Thank you.
Sit down. That's a misstatement. I have never prevented you from scrutinizing. I'm just putting clarity. Not preventing you from scrutinizing. That's a misstatement. You said all what you want to say. You repeated one thing a million times. I left you. I could have just asked you. You cannot be repeating, but I let you go. So appreciate that.
Thank you, Honorable. But I'm not saying that you are supposed not to tell you the truth. But then the issue here is, that being the case, then I have withdrawn that statement. But then the issue here is, we have to scrutinize this, these documents, and because we cannot implement this. We can only do to ratify and adopt. You understand? But the implementing agency is them. So if they fail, not means that we fail. Our duty, we have done our duty rightly. So now the cake is with them. They are there to supply the cake, to cut the cake. But if they are not doing so, we have to say it. And for that being the case, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I'm sorry for that, if it hurts you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Salu. It's not a matter of hurting. I want all honorable members to express themselves the best they can on all issues before you. But please, I am a guide. Please, once again, don't make unnecessary point of orders. Please. As the member for Latrikunda Sabiji. The honorable member for Geswang, is he around? Geswang, yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also thank the Honorable Minister for representing the Minister of Finance again. Honorable Minister of Finance, Agriculture, sorry. For finance or agriculture, it's finance. Looking at the loan components, about 1 million as a loan that we are trying to ratify here at the Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I join my other colleagues to look at it properly here to say the amount might be small, but I have a question that I need to put to the Minister possibly. The amount that the government is to contribute is about $340,000. And if you come to the other expenditures with regards to office vehicles, name them, it's about $232,000. If government is to contribute $340,000, and we have all this expertise within the agriculture sector, this amount that have been listed there, can we use them as our contribution towards the project than giving out money and also paying it out to our own people? Can that be to say we are contributing this because we have the manpower? We have, because if you come to agriculture, we have been having vehicles for projects. We have been having a lot of training for personnel. Do we need any more training for those personnel again? Can we use that amount to say this amount of 3 something, instead of giving it out to you, we'll be using it as a contribution towards our own staffs? Honorable Speaker, I think the Ministry of Agriculture needs to be looked at properly. Yes, it's a loan. The concern is about, from me, is the soil fertility mapping project for the Gambia under the regional soil fertility program for West Africa. Is the Islamic Development Bank funding all the West African countries within this project? That's my question. If they are, is that the condition why they say we have to go for the loan? Because loans are attached based on certain things. Are they the one financing all these African countries? If they are, I have no objection on we going for the loan. But if not, I think we can sit and look at it properly and see how best we can finance for ourselves than taking in a loan. Yes, there is no interest, as you are saying, but there are charges attached to it. That's the interest. Those charges are to be paid by who? Our own taxpayers' money. So if at all the Islamic Development Bank is not financing the whole West African team or the West African region, I think the best thing is if at all government can do it on its own, let government go and look for money to do it, and then instead of going for a loan. For me, the issue of interest, I will repeat again, yes, there is no interest, but there are charges attached to it. So those charges replace the interest. So I think we need to look at this thing properly, and also with the Ministry of Agriculture. Yes, as the speaker has alluded here, we are here to do an oversight function on them. Yes, the chairman is around, I think with his team. People always talk about agriculture. Money is being pumped into agriculture. I think it is high time now we do the needful and try to do the follow-ups, because we are seeing many projects are coming field, and we don't know how how it is happening and why it is happening. Even grants are being returned back to the various countries that they come from, and they are all coming to the Ministry of Agriculture. So let's try to monitor properly and do what is right. Let's try to be on to them. The way grants are given and they are monitored, let's also do the same monitoring here to make sure that things are done in the right way. Not only the 10% of it, which is the administrative cost of it, we work on half what we want and we go. After the administrative cost, we need to feel it as Gambians. Our people need to feel what is happening. Yes, the loan is not that much big, it's very small, per se, but I think if at all there is a way out, if the Islamic Development Bank is not meant for the whole West African region, I think the country should do it on its own. Thank you. That's my case.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Joshua. Honorable Member for Opanyumi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, the motion we have before us is the soil fertility mapping for the Gambia under the Regional Soil Fertility Program for West Africa. So it means that it's not only about Gambia, it's for the whole of West Africa. When you look at the objective of the project, you will see that the objective is the overall goal of the proposed project is to develop balanced fertilizer and integrated soil fertility management recommendation targeted to specific crops under specific soil and agroclimate conditions that will sustainably increase yields and nutritional quality and result in increased return on fertilizer investment. So when you look at the overall objective of the project, it's really ideal. It's important that we have a project of this nature to do the soil fertility mapping, because the way our farmers are using fertilizer in this country, when you look at it critically, at the long run, is going to give us problem. But like I agree with the members that this project needs to be looked into properly, and I believe, like when you look at the other specific objectives, it's saying that map soil in major agricultural targeted areas. That's 1. 2, develop fertilizer and soil fertility management recommendation for farmers, which is really key. The fertilizer industry and other stakeholders. 4, strengthen the capacity of micro agricultural institutions. When you look at NARI, what is in NARI today? Not absolutely. If the whole of this project is given to NARI, meaning that it's going to strengthen NARI, and it's going to strengthen NARI soil laboratory. When you go to the laboratory, even to have proper equipment for soil testing, it's not there. So that's why this idea of having, this CPCU, PU, I don't even understand. Why do you have to give it to a project coordinating unit for what? Why do you have to give it a project implementing unit? Why do you have to create it for what? Give it to NARI to use their existing structures within the institution to implement the project. You don't have to. So, honorable members, I think there is a need for us to revisit this, this loan agreement and advise the ministry accordingly. That's the intent of the proposal. But like the program itself is really important. Gambia cannot do without carrying out this particular program for us to increase our agricultural production and productivity. I have been saying it here. Very soon we may go into food crisis. Ukraine war taught us a lesson. COVID-19 taught us a lesson. The only way out is agriculture. Honorable members, we have to take it seriously. Honorable Speaker, that's what I have to say, but otherwise, I cannot agree much with the honorable members, the thing they try to pinpoint out from these particular documents. And I definitely, concord that there's a need to look into this document properly and to advise the minister accordingly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Upper Nyomi, and I think you are the agricultural chairman. It looks like all what has been said points to one direction, including the chairman of the Agricultural Committee. Can the Agricultural Committee therefore then move a motion that the motion be committed to the Agricultural Committee?
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Let me just talk to you. Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable members, I move a motion that for this particular agreement to be referred to the Select Committee on Agricultural and Rural Development and advise the plenary accordingly.
Any seconder?
53K. Huh?
Honorable yes. Member for Same, seconded. Huh?
Yes.
Seconded.
Yes, thank you very much. Seconded motion.
Okay. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this motion, Islamic Development Bank, between loan agreement between the Gambia, Republic of the Gambia and the Islamic Development Bank concerning soil fertility mapping project for the Gambia under the regional soil fertility program for West Africa be committed to the Select Committee on Agriculture. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. So the motion is now committed to the Select Committee on Agriculture. Honorable members, we must at least within this session.
Honorable Speaker, this has to be done within the session and lay the report to the plenary. But we have to do it within the session and get back to the plenary.
You make sure that before the close of this session, you report back to plenary.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So can we have the leave of the assembly for the committee to be meeting during the session? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, if for instance you need to meet and it coincides with this thing, just let us know. We grant you permission to meet. What?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I think that's the last agenda item. But somebody is talking. Lower Salum, what are you saying?
The member for Basa is talking.
No, I heard your voice, Lower Salum.
No. Yeah, I responded to him.
You will not talk there.
Yeah, so you were talking.
Yeah, I was talking.
Honorable members, we have come to the end of the program, the agenda. Let me once again thank the Honorable Minister who stepped in for the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs. The motion is committed to the Select Committee on Agriculture. And let me thank honorable members for your contributions throughout the tabled motions here. I now put the question, honorable members, that be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned till Tuesday, 7th March 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The Assembly now stands adjourned until Tuesday, 7th March 2023 at 10 a.m. prompt. Thank you.